It's only me. I'm sorry. I'm late. I felt sick. I feel better now. I wonder if they have the thing. What? I'm in.
Haku Bunny.
I'm in. I'm in. I'm in. Hello? 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 I'm gonna see if I can just randomly join them. Hold up. I'll just join the game. Oh, no, they're really in the game. I have to wait.
Enough bro 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 enough bro bro bro
El Niño United BRL 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 Niño United BRL BRL BRL.
Hello? Oh wait, I can move them around. Okay. Your favorite? Me? Nova? Oh yeah, Nova has 4 hands. And Alice. Like on me too. How do I ordering? Here we go. Yeah, Bobble. Oh wait, I need to make my face more. Here we go. Bobble. Oh, I stuck it to me. There we go. Everybody's in. Unmute on Discord.
So we can like, hi.
Hello.
It's me.
It's you. How are you?
Oh wait, I just realized you can't hear me. Hi.
I'm alive.
You
Are
are.
you feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling much better now.
Oh, that is
Good.
good.
Yeah.
She just needed a little poopy.
I'm glad that you're back because Ravi made me feel like my only friend in the world was my left hand.
I didn't make you feel like that. I said that.
Your left hand?
I'm not left-handed.
I'm left-handed.
Oh.
Well, either way, Nova, you're our friend.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ravi is a poophead.
How you doing, Spaghetti? How you
I have
doing?
done nothing.
Are you
You
sure?
literally bullied me.
Yeah.
We can have only one item.
I can't join new games.
That's because we're not in one. I'm just waiting.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I
I'll make a
I
lobby.
was kind of just waiting.
I have made a lobby. I can now
Okay. Also, if I had only one ice cream flavor for the rest of my, I think I'd probably do lemon or like raspberry because those are my favorites. So at the
Those were not your favorites before.
lemon was always my favorite.
Yes, but not raspberry.
Oh yeah, raspberry is new.
Hello. Hello.
It was.
Oh, I have a turnip on my head.
You have a turnip?
Yeah.
Pickle, join the game.
When did I become a turnip boy?
Join the game. Join the game.
Doing game.
Join the game. Join the game. Join the game.
Wait, which game?
Vanilla.
Arriba!
Repo. Guys, I'm gonna make fish game a little smaller, okay? Please give me a little smaller. Oh,
Also, Nino, you should be able to join the YouTube studio thing if you wanted to. Oh.
She is behind. She's behind.
I've been here all along.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to change the order so she's in front.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
let
have
me.
PG on. Wow,
Wait,
I'm
no,
so
that's what's
goofy. I have 2 front teeth.
Do you have items that are being shown, Ninu? Because I don't see any items for you.
You don't see any items? You don't see bat wings?
Oh,
Yeah,
I do
there's
see the bat
nothing.
wings. Sorry, I didn't see the. I thought you said you had a turnip on your head and stuff too.
Oh, I meant
Hello?
in game. Hello?
Oh,
Are we gonna get going?
let's
you-
go, Robbie. Oh my God, you took forever.
You know, I can't say that.
Oh, hello. Oh,
What does the gate here?
hello.
Oh shit!
Ooh.
Hello! I was just throwing this
Good
thing.
evening. What?
I was just trying to throw that thing at you.
Oh my god, why? Oh, there's a thing!
Oh, gnome. Oh, what? It's drugs.
It's the no inside all of us.
Oh, there's only one way.
It's the no. Look at the no. Go through. Go through.
When is the next round of Girls Play Baldur's
Oh,
Gate?
fuck.
Also
Can't believe
hey.
you've done this.
Also
I can't believe
flashbang.
you've done this. Thank
Also,
you,
also,
flashbang.
also.
You guys left the no.
I don't know. Whenever, to be honest. Whenever the girls wanna play. Why does it?
Please go and help me.
Why does it feel quite dangerous here?
You
Hello?
in my hand. Yeah, take your part. Here we go.
What is that ominous sounding? Oh, okay. Amogus. I missed Amogus.
Hi Andy, how's it going? Hi Andy. You were
What
not
the fuck?
alone.
What the heck? Hello,
Hello.
Mr.
Meow,
President.
meow, 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 meow.
Yo! I found
Oh my God, another one. There's too many. There's too many slow items.
Oh man. What the
Oh
hell?
my god.
Wow. Okay.
That was good. Amogus.
Did you guys win
I've decided maybe I'll get some extra people for.
this door?
Among Us.
There's no real door.
Yeah. It sounds like maybe we could get Abby in here. And
Hello.
Hello.
I put thing in cart.
Oh, there's items here. Diamond. Diamond.
Demon. Open that crate. There's a little crate.
Right like a
There you go. Look.
Why do I
Golden
get...
jellies. That's just Fable, don't worry.
Are you okay?
Hello.
No, she's probably just attracted to something.
I'm actually traumatized by Robbie.
What are you talking about? Oh, I was right. It was Freddy Fazbear.
Oh, she found Freddy Fazbear.
Freddy Fazbear's here.
I found money. Money.
Oh,
Okay, I'll take it back.
Angie! That is so many. It's like a.
I put the money. Put the lime in the coconut gin. Drink it all up. Wait Amogus. Amogus, Amogus, Amogus. Wow. Amogus, 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 Amogus. Ah, what the hell? Amogus, 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 Amogus.
I was saying, I think we'll reschedule it. Maybe I think I'm gonna ask Staffy and Asocket to join us.
Oh, yay! Amogus, 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 Amogus.
We can also have
What's
Alice.
the trolley?
I think on the map
Ravi?
you can't see
I
it.
think
It's
it's
not.
dead.
I'm not helpful. I'm not helpful at all. There was definitely a Freddy Fazbear around.
Oh. I think he just
I think
don't
it's where the
look at
red
it.
dot is.
Oh.
But if you look on the map, the cart is like a little blue square that's currently being covered.
Hello? Where's the trolley, sir?
Where it's straight ahead and to
Fable
the
is
left.
dead. Freddy Fazbear har killed Fable. Killed Fable.
Oh no, there's oh no! I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
look, it
it's
says,
okay. I blame
guys,
Robbie.
I found a diamond. Come on. Where you going? Okay, bye.
It's this way. It's okay, you're in safe hands. I will take you back and bring you back. Is he still awake?
Gotta love the
Gotta love
absolute cutie Nunu. You're such an amazing person.
I am
I am
glad
glad to call you friend 3.
Oh, you lovely. You're so lovely. Oh my god. We almost got a choo-choo train. You're gonna come back now. You're gonna be a-okay. I think... there might be an item around here. Hold up a second. Let me just grab it. Where is it? Oh, maybe there's not. It's okay.
Hi.
Hello. Is Freddy Fazbear?
No, I didn't see Freddy, but Robbie's out by himself, so I figured we could leave
I
without
think he
him.
wants to meet him.
I agree.
Hello.
Oh, hey, I'm back. Yeah, Ravi's gonna yell at you guys in a moment.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, okay. That's fine. We'll just do this.
Oh my god.
In the end, they
You can
deserted
probably
me.
mother Nova. That is true. I'm going to mother my
Are you
child.
back? Oh,
What's
I
it?
think it was Freddy Fazbear.
Freddy Fazbear.
Oh.
Who got away? Freddy!
Boss Freddy Bear.
Christianity.
He exploded! He exploded!
Who's the moron? I had 20,000 bucks on me.
Welcome to the
See what I
family
said.
Slayer
See
underscore
that
ship.
guy.
I only died because you clicked the thing.
Oh my god. I'm gonna follow. Wait, it's Sklar.
My turn.
Sklar.
My turn. My
Okay.
turn. My turn.
We gamble.
No, you don't.
okay.
You go out. You go out. Leave.
Is
Leave.
Nova still next?
Oh.
Oh no! Oh no, Robbie was a
It serves
mistake.
him right.
Baby stood.
Wait, what did I roll even?
Sad face. They took our money.
Oh no! Look.
Oh! That was a mistake
Alright.
too, huh? Alright.
This is gonna be okay. It's
I
gonna
might
be okay.
join. I might join them. Oh,
Random perk?
what did I get? Nothing.
I think it should give something.
Oh,
Oh, we got money!
we got money.
Wow!
Yay!
Okay, now I'm putting him outside of the gamble because
Oh.
he doesn't need to look at
It's
it.
your turn. It's your turn.
Oh!
Oh wait, we can bring Fable back. Oh, you cost money? Oh no! Everyone is gone. I wanna go to the afterlife too. Yeah! Yeah! Wait, what is play energy? Upgrade in health?
Oh god,
Wait,
I just sang
why?
I just sang Peach's
I'm
Discernment.
being
I
buffed.
don't know what I'm doing.
I'm being buffed. I just got upgrades. What the hell? Oh, I lost money. Okay, I don't know what that is. It's okay. I'm winning for you guys. Oh, health. Thank you. I got health again. I got health again. Oh, $2. I'm doing it for them. Oh, 4K. I made money. Do you want me to keep going, guys? I'm doing good. I want to join the afterlife. Oh, I made money again. I don't think I'm gonna join the afterlife anytime soon. Oh, maybe? No. If I make money again, I'll be sad. Oh, no money left. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We have no money.
Well, you know, there is
I
more
got
important
upgrades.
things than money.
I got
Yeah.
upgrades.
You did.
Is it not shared?
No.
Good evening.
Oh.
Good.
Oh.
I'm pulling on your neck, Pat. Hold on.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, I lost my upgrade. Oh no, I
Okay, I
didn't.
don't want to do that
I just
anymore.
need to get health.
I want to
I'm
see
doing it
what's.
again.
I want to see what's on those signs. I want to see what it says.
That one says Fable is a stupid head.
No!
You don't know how to read.
Oh no!
You don't know how to read.
Okay.
Yeah, it don't
Damn,
matter. I can
Belf.
see pictures. And that's what letters are. They're just pictures. Yep.
Oh, economy
I mean,
scam session.
kind of.
Range.
Oh,
range
we're
what is
being
that?
scammed.
Prices are falling.
We're being
Oh, wait.
scammed.
The
Yep.
prices are falling.
Yeah.
What do we do?
We need more stuff so we can gamble.
Okay.
Oh, thing.
Oh,
I'm gonna go this way.
I like
Is-
fireflies.
Ooh, yeah. You would not believe
oh,
you.
wait.
We came here with fireflies. We are
Wait, I'm the world's
Wait, girl, there's something
sweet.
flashy. There's something flashy. Wait, are you?
Dice.
Stay for
Dice.
the open.
No, I was gonna roll it.
No, I'm gonna roll it.
Teardrops
What?
everywhere.
It's okay, didn't see it.
Nothing happened.
Oh, what is this? Why is that?
man.
Oh, I saw something shiny. What is that shiny thing? There's a shiny thing here. Wait,
Coming.
no, it's just flowers. Okay, but it's a box here. There's money.
I see monkey.
I found money.
Oh, hi.
I found
Guys,
money.
gotta be monkey.
Guys,
Found money.
I lost void. Oh, shit.
Are there gnomes here?
Sorry. Wait, maybe I should try to... Guys, we should kill this thing before it lays attack.
It's probably fine. Hello. I just worked with. Oh no! I found a pickle. I found
How did you
pickle.
get here?
I found a pickle.
guys.
Pickle.
Most valuable.
Well,
What is that?
something. I think something might have been following me, but I didn't look.
What is that sound?
I don't know. Wait, this is the starting. Can I take this? Hello? Hello? Probably safe. it's safe. I think it's cause gardens make sounds. What the hell? What the hell are those? What the hell is that? Is it an item? Hello? Cookie! Like somebody is driving, but they're driving real badly. Fuck. I'm on my way. Oh no, I gotta make it face the other way. Look at me making all the money here. Wait, is it something with a blowtorch? I think I've checked everywhere. What the hell's that sound? What's going on? Are they dead? Destroyed! It's just ambience. What? Just ambience. Ambience. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here.
Oh, Robbie said. Whoa!
This guy's dead. No, he's not. He's upside down.
Oh
my god.
God.
He's taking.
Wait,
Stop it!
I'm taking the shit! Oh my god, $114 high. We've got $114, $44
Wow.
because that
161.
guy.
Kill him with this cookie.
Well, I
right.
wasn't.
I am back from the dead, and I'm gonna beat him to death with a stack of cash.
Okay. Death with the cookie.
Oh no, there's a jar here.
Are you sure about that?
I hit him. I didn't get.
I wonder if we could actually kill him. God, ow, Jesus.
Fuck it. Get.
Just grab anything. Smash him over the head with anything.
Oh wait, he has battery. He has batteries in the back. Can we drain his battery? It's okay. I will do the work. Well, now I know what that sound is. I guess it's still ambience, right? We just gotta get the money. Where's the money, Lebowski?
Enjoy. Beat him up. I'm sorry. Oh. Yeah. Let's go.
He's dead.
Thank you.
Killed him.
Oh, you got a skateboard!
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, money. I got you money.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I did. I killed him with the skateboard.
You did. We.
Okay, yeah, okay, but I have the finishing blow though.
Oh,
No.
hi.
I know for a fact you don't.
Oh, everyone's alive. Let's go.
Oh yeah, I was working.
Here's all the money.
Oh,
then
I
I
was
had
working
weed.
too. I just died a lot in the process.
How many times did you die?
We're missing $100.
Oh.
We need $100.
Oh.
That's all we're
do
missing.
that.
I'm sure we can find that.
$100. We can find something somewhere that we haven't used to destroy that thing.
Yeah, sure.
Your body.
What, Lampy? You had no faith in me. No faith. What the fuck? What have I done to give you the impression that I would die every round?
What you do?
Whatever. Whatever.
Okay.
But that's okay, it wouldn't want you any other way.
Is there anything? Anywhere?
Well, the guy machine gun literally everything we found.
Yeah, I saw that. Also, oh, I found a cookie.
Go.
I found a cookie. It would be crazy if I break it, right? Which way is it? I think this way. I'm guessing. Ah! No! No! It'd be real quick. Ah! My cookie!
What?
This.
Stop it! Stop it!
No! You're throwing up on yourself!
I shouldn't have said it.
Oh my god.
I shouldn't have said it.
Oh my
Nina's
goodness.
vomiting on herself.
I broke the
I
cookie.
knew.
My cookie broke.
Yeah, her cookie.
The cookie
broke.
broke?
What cooked her.
My cookie. My $300 cookie.
Oh my god, it probably tastes so good. We have another extraction point though. Is the total just for the first one? Because I think we might have to restart unless we kill all the monsters that spawn.
I think we're lost. I think we lost. When does items respawn?
I think monsters will spawn, but I don't think items respawn.
What? Oh, it destroyed my cookie. Okay, maybe we can kill that monster. Ooh, there's a... Oh my god! I found an item! Found an item!
Holy shit.
Item, that's all we need.
I found it!
Yeah, I grab it, I grab it, I grab it. Yeah.
Stop it!
Careful, Nina. Oh.
Oh my god! Ravi just grabbed the item. He's trying to... He's being a poop head.
Oh, we've
No.
done it! Well, the first one we've done.
Yeah, we have a second one to fill up. And we have nothing. There's no more items.
We can...
I mean-
We can self-destruct.
That's not gonna save us though. Look guys, we have $600.
Ah, look
Maybe
at us.
they'll respawn?
We
Yeah,
can kill
maybe there's-
monsters.
I
mean,
Oh. He chose death.
what? What?
He killed
Now he's
himself.
forced to watch us all from dead chat by himself.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
Hehehe.
But we'll see first if something respawn.
Yeah, we're not all gonna commit Sudoku.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think items respawn. This sucks. Look bap, shoo batty shoo bap, shoo batty shoo bap. Oh wait, there's another item there, right? In the... Can't remember where it was. It was a... This? Is it here?
Oh, Jesus. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. Why are they so big?
Because I rolled a dice and it's spawning some giant gnomes.
Oh no.
Oh, it's me.
Believe in. Hold on to that fear inside you. There's another one!
Oh, there's two!
Yeah. Nope. Oh my god.
They killed one with the other.
Nope.
Stabbing a gnome with
The other one's attached. Dropping some kids. This kids have a kid. I'm so proud of her.
Indigo is screwed.
No, do not spit up on our cart.
No! Oh, it's all... Oh no.
This is
Oh,
not
sorry.
I will not hide away. I will get sick in this corner. Oh man.
You heard her death? You mean Nova?
Ooh.
It's
Well, if we find a
red.
mom, we got this hide it with. It's like first thing.
We can make it if we believe hard enough. We just gotta believe hard
look,
enough
gnomes
and
are
money can
spawning.
grow on trees.
So if we kill the gnome, maybe eventually they'll drop a weird thing.
Maybe. What did you say?
Oh man.
Say Nova.
I wish I could take rocks. These rocks were valuable.
Oh man, I was gonna ask that if you could put Ravi on the floor, I can throw up on his dead head.
What is that sound?
Apologies, that's nice.
Now you're the mouthpiece.
Oh,
Yeah, he was trying to convince me to kill you.
Something tingling.
Jingling?
Yeah.
I have not. Oh.
Oh.
Only monsters respawn. Well, guys, I think we might be,
Is there a monster? Is there a monster?
only monsters.
Monsters respawn.
Yeah, but they'll drop the spheres that cost some money.
Yeah, but how many monsters do we need? How many? How many must die? Are they willing to sacrifice themselves? Hello! Why don't you give me any money? Hi! I don't know you! I don't know you! Hello, guys? Guys, what? There's some person. There's some weird ass person there.
Oh, he's going
we can
to
kill it.
transform. It's the first big thing that
Transformer!
we... There he goes.
I touched
There he
it.
goes.
Oh no! Oh no!
So we have nothing to bash the school in with this time.
Well, we just Oh, he's got a gun!
Yeah.
that
Wait,
fella.
where's the card? Where's the card?
What do you fuck you mean? Okay.
Wait, where's our item card? Where you got?
I got it.
You got it?
Oh, ouch.
Oh no!
Wait, our item!
Oh.
That would take them.
I'm trying to, like, did I hit him?
Hey, nice, I'm back.
Hi.
Wait.
Wait, can we hit him with Ravi?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Wait, the gnome! The gnome!
Hit me. I'm gonna.
Hit him with money.
Oh no!
Hit it with you.
Oh no! Oh!
on. Hit him with the note. Come on. Didn't work. Oh, sorry.
Oh. No, I'm whacking him. What is he shooting at?
Oh, it's the mouth. Yes. Come on. Come on. No. Ow. Okay, this isn't gonna work. Does anyone have the mouth?
No, not yet.
Mouth, choose one of us.
Oh,
Mine.
whoa! I got yeeted.
Me too.
Oh no, did he turn around? Oh, he did.
Go. Come back here. Come back here.
Ah, boom! Boom! Okay, that boom didn't do anything. Shoot. Wait! What are you breaking? He's breaking walls.
We're going down for friends! We're
Oh,
going
go for it!
friends! Yeah!
Turn around! Yeah, do it! She's doing it!
Come on!
Don't die! No! You didn't die, did you? Okay,
No, I didn't
fish!
die, but the mouth is stuck.
Fish! 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 Come back! Mr. Fish! Hi. Hey! Oh, it'll be awkward if I die. Come on. Can we have a chat? Wait, don't go! Wait! I need your help! Oh, crikey. Get on my head! Get on my head, sir! Ooh.
Wait, I have captured it.
You have the weapon of mass destruction.
Oh, wait, no, I lost it. I lost it.
Hey, Amogus. Hi. Hello, Abel. Wait. Is there a way to bring you back? Is there money in here? Oh, there's an ocarina in there. Don't leave me in this world alone, Nova. This world is too... Oh! Why is there money up there? Oh. Let me... grab it and... Oh, wait a minute. Is that Ravi? Are you saying a bad word, Ravi? Let me take you guys. Which way do I have to go? Oh. Ever so gently. Oh no! No! Oh man! It's on me now! It's on me! Sir! Where are you, sir? Where are you, Mr. Gunner? Mr. Gunner? Mr. Gunner? Where are you? Be here? What? Sir? I don't think we're making it. How much will this get me? How much will if I kill this thing? Oh man. Oh boy, this is hard. What the... Guys, I don't think we can do this. I don't know where that fella's gone. Oh, hi. Hi. Friend. Hey. Wanna be friends? Come with me. Come. Come. This guy's not getting off my head, by the way. Are you stuck? Come. Come. Come here. Okay, this is it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go kamikaze. I'm gonna go in. Also, why is this thing not getting off of my face? Hey, Stinky. Oh, this is kind of awkward. Hey, Stinky, up here! Up here! Wait. Oh, what did you do?
With different religions,
Yeah.
and part of the allegiance is I pledge.
Ah! I'm back! I want to leave!
One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, except for, you know,
I won.
really most
I won.
people in America.
Except for all the people that don't have money. Don't like those.
Yeah, for all you non-billionaires. Sorry, that's getting too political.
Oh, come on. Okay, what? Okay, W. Pressing W.
I want to live.
I hate this!
Wait, kind of.
Hey man, loser.
Oh my god.
See, you're fine. What's the problem?
Oh my
You're
god.
right here.
This time it worked. This time
Well,
I'm gonna
I love
die.
you all.
My life is almost gone, by the way.
Ah.
I want to open the present.
I just want to kill anyone. Just someone. Just one.
No.
I just want to kill someone. Please.
Continue to get
Save
strong.
me. Save me.
Fuck!
Oh, you almost fell.
Oh, sorry.
Bully.
It's okay.
What do you mean sorry? You can hit her
Bully the
too.
emo.
No, you have to get some up on you first.
No, don't.
I'm present.
You just fell.
Can't kill me. You might kill myself.
Oh, 25 health. We only have 25 health.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Hey, at least I wasn't that on impact. That is beautiful.
Yeah, I walked off the map on accident.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she has a little horse. Meow.
Well, then.
Alright.
Nino,
Well-
are you gonna keep streaming?
Yeah. Wait, are you guys all stopping?
I mean, I've been streaming for almost 3 hours and it's kind of very hot and I was gonna lay down in front of a fan and die.
Oh,
I have D&D.
oh, okay. Okay.
But I mean, if you're still going after D&D, maybe I would pop in. Like,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No.
Wing.
Well.
All alone. Forever alone. So alone. Forever. Oh. Ma. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah.
Meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow,
Meow, meow, meow, meow, meow, meow, meow.
meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Oh my god! Nova rated me!
It's Novalia just raided
Anyway,
my
I'm gonna
stream
get
with
going.
10 viewers.
Bye-bye.
Everyone behave.
Hello! Hello!
Hello! Nino, be sure you don't forget about Amazon Prime.
Fable?
Yes.
Are you gonna do it too? Oh my god!
3, 2, 1, go.
Lady Fable _
3, 2,
VT just
1.
raided my stream
Fable?
with 14 viewers.
Fable, what's the
Everyone
target? What's the
behave.
target?
God,
Put-
you raided
my
my
is waiting
Fable.
to land.
Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna do this print now. Oh, I'm gonna be. Wait, why
It's
did
you.
I? I'm gonna.
Look how
I'm
cute
gonna
you
be
made
so
your
fucking.
character.
Wait, I can be blue.
Oh.
Wait. I can. I just started with that. I can be black. Oh my god! Finally, that was like the default.
Hi, Fable?
Oh no.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that sounds
so
a bit weird. Huh?
steamy. It's so steamy in here.
Yeah.
Wait,
It's okay, I understand it.
I turned the steam off though.
Oh boy.
It's okay.
I can shoot it.
I'm gonna move Mel in front of his eyes.
Yeah, you do that. You go rest.
Don't mind me,
I
Alex.
think-
Don't mind me.
I love you too. I love you guys.
You're a monster.
You
I'll
take
always-
care.
It's nice to see you though.
Boy.
Oh.
Hi. Hi.
You just came at the same bar.
Yeah, no, I just coincident. I literally just came back.
Oh, very.
I
Hudson.
can see I come back to a half finished round.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
this is-
left.
I think of Amazon Prime and how you.
Oh, she did it. Unless I'm supposed to do that. Are you still streaming?
I'm in fact still
Bye,
streaming,
Alex.
yeah.
Also, I had you muted. I didn't want to just fuck off without saying goodbye to you. Alright, bye.
Bye.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm probably gonna play some Hunt, I guess.
Oh, you're gonna do that?
Are you gonna join me?
No, I played
Yeah,
it
you always
this
played a lot.
morning. I played it
Yeah.
this morning.
Did you have
shit.
fun?
Actually, I killed somebody.
Oh, I fucked up.
I actually killed somebody.
Oh wow. Okay, you shouldn't have done that. Well, never mind.
Wait, what did he do?
I was in the store and in level 3 or 4, I think. And I figured I would just complete the store section and quit so we could continue that save next time. But I was gambling and I killed myself, so you know, that's
Oh no.
not what happened.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yep. Oopsie.
Well, you have fun playing Hunt Showdown.
Thank you. Actually, it says I can select the next map, so maybe it didn't. Maybe you can't die in the store? Not sure.
Oh,
I guess I'm about to find out.
how much money is there?
None, because
Oh.
it was like 10. I think they Ravi said he accidentally closed the game at some point. I think that's might be when it happened, and he all just
Oh.
left and made a new lobby.
Oh yeah, they made a new lobby. Oh, so that you
Yeah, I
kept
can- I
doing
can
that.
just-
That's crazy. That's
Yeah,
not
I
how
can
it's
just
supposed
quit
to happen.
and no, we can just continue level 3 save next time.
Lol. Imagine getting to level 3. Short new. My name is Jeff. Jeff. Have you heard of Amazon Prime? Got him. Got him.
Yeah, you know I didn't hear any of that, right?
Wait, you didn't?
No, because she left and rejoined. I think you were trying to do a joke or something and it didn't. Right.
Yeah, it was
Gosh.
Amazon Prime. Got him. Did I get you this time?
I have no idea what the joke is, I'm sorry.
The joke is Amazon Prime. I left again, guys. Got him.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the joke. It's Amazon Prime. should I go? Should I say go got him? Got him.
Hi. Did you miss me?
Yeah. Got him again. Have you heard of Amazon Prime? What's up? Got him.
Bruh. Bruh.
Has the joke aged yet?
Like your mom? Wait, I think I might have this got muted from my stream. Oh no, I didn't. Okay. This bullshit is.
Wait, did you say
Okay,
something? Because I didn't hear you.
No. Good.
Did you say
Good.
Amazon Prime? Got him.
Landed in purgatory.
Yeah, you did say something about my mom. I left again. I left again. My name is Dave, guys. My name is Dave. Look how cute I am. Aren't I cutest? Aren't I the cutest? Also, I need to get... There's 14 hours left. I think I just need to win one game. So I better win this next one. Should I just join in again?
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Wait, do you get sound alerts for it? The notification?
What notification? You rejoining?
Yeah.
Yes, that, yeah.
Oh.
Time to select your champions.
My bad.
Choose wisely.
Let's go these. These. Let's go. Oh, penny? Nah. I'm with needle. So. Let's do this. Yeah, and game
This
of beauty.
game is far beyond human comprehension.
Far beyond human comprehension. Yeah, can I get? Yeah, I wanna get this guy. Change him with. Never mind this. I might regret it later. It is okay. Name Jeff. It's okay, my name Jeff. Oh yo, what is this? This is TFT. This is TFT, yeah. I got some music going, shall I? Shall we?
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Yeah.
Damage delivered.
But I think they need to like change things. Oh, game's out, sorry. Is it better now? Maybe. I said maybe. Is music loud? Quiet?
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All targets infected.
While that music is okay. Good, good. Oh. Oh, that wall. Okay, Groot not good because he's literally walling off my... Oh, she almost had it all. Groot bad. I need to get rid of Groot. It's just... Ultron is just loud as fuck. Yeah, I think he is. He just... Poop head. You should go. You guys can enjoy the music instead. I need to get rid of Groot. Groot bad. His walls annoying. Is he shaking his butt? No. Let's try that. Or... let's try this. Oh my god, I'm really excited for Death Stranding 2. I should probably finish the first one at some point. I was delivering pizzas, I remember.
Boosting repair functions.
Oh.
A successful strike.
Don't kill my Jeff! You killed my Jeff! Oh no, okay, I think they did. Oh. Oh no. How looking what do they have? Oh boy. Think maybe might change. Let's change these two. Wait. Oh, I did. Thank God. Okay. Need to experience Claire too. Yeah, I have to do that. But like, I'm right at the end.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Also, I found out that there is... Wait. What? Are they dead? Did they I think maybe they DC'd. Thank you for giving me this win. I found out that you can actually make a new file slot for Claire. Yeah. What is this? This is hell yeah! This is TFT version of Marvel Rivals.
A successful strike.
Yeah, I think we got this. Oh. Be gone. Glad you like my music. Thanks. Oh, look at my venomous pink. Look, he's shaking the booty. He shake booty. That's a good title.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Finish it.
Damage delivered.
Okay. Hell yeah, we get this. And hopefully... Stream title? Yeah. Yeah. Nice title. Oh, do you guys need me to make fish game bigger? Is this the fish game? Yeah, I want to get bigger for you guys. There you go. Let's do another one. Ooh, we can walk it. Yeah. Look at his face. A little kitten. Top 3 so far? Okay.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Are these old tanks?
I'm
Is. Oh god.
all units regenerating.
Oh, maybe
All
just.
targets
Oh
impacted.
no. Oh my god. Bruh. Really? Old tanks. What does he have? Wait, who's this guy? Oh, he's got this. Oh, that's naughty. Yo, naughty.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Boosting repair functions.
Damn, you're focusing my little poor Jeff. Dang, this not going good, man.
Behold the god of thunder!
Actually. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is like I'll put them like in a corner.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All targets impacted. Healing allied combatants.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Oh man, I'm getting destroyed. I get destroyed, man. Let's see.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Healing allied combatants.
Dang.
A successful strike.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All targets impacted.
Let's see if I use and grant lightning with pierce. Ooh. Deal? Minion deals? Ninja. Seal? I do look like a seal. That's true. I am a seal. Oh, Nino shrimp. I am actually shrimping at the moment. I have unshrimped.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Oh, this guy's the tank guy.
Damage delivered. All units regenerating.
Don't kill my Jeff, please. Oh my god, my Jeff is dead. Jesus Christ, my guy. The tanks are working for him. I am also shrimped. You have to unshrimp. Beyblade. Yeah, I am a butt. Guys, when I was small, my school password was Beyblade. I have Beyblade too. Hell yeah. Also had a like another like a knockoff Beyblade, but like it was actually really fun playing with it. Maybe small so 2 minutes ago. No, you can try. See if that's my password. If that works.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Okay. Let's see.
All targets impacted.
You got that wrong!
Yeah. No, password is Beyblade 2006 and then... No way! How did you know? Oh my god.
I make bad weather look good.
Okay. I will get it. God damn. I'ma get it. Freak or death. Pirates, you got a tweet. Shiny tweet. Oh, fair play. Fair play. No, I won't kill it. I won't kill you. No, yet.
Healing allied combatants. All targets impacted.
Yeah. Oh, this bad person. Kill. Yay. Look at my Venom, guys. Look at it. Look what he's doing. Look what he's doing. He's twerking for Thor.
I make bad weather look good.
Look at him. Oh my god, Thor is about to hammer it. Ain't no way. No way. Who wouldn't want to hammer that booty? Well, am I right? Okay, that is true. Thor is venoming it. He sure is. He is. I need my Jeff to eat. Let's see. Okay. Oh, looking kind of insane. Oh, no, this. Oh, fat.
All units regenerating.
Oh, give me life, please. Give me life. Live, Jeff.
The god of thunder.
Oh.
Behold the god of thunder.
Brother. I hate his. God. How many? How. Oh my god, yes. Brother. God damn, son. Two regular sheets and one shiny. What is it? What's it called? Is it tree leader? Leader trait? Speed leader? I don't remember. Oh! Okay. Okay. first? Oh no, it's Nino boss first. Oh my god. Dang.
Damage delivered.
Alright. It's time teammates killed, yes. There's a muscle upon activation. Okay. I'm too shiny, damn. No tweet for you guys, no tweet. Wait.
Looks like we're ready to go to
100.
I'm hulking out.
Brother.
Healing allied combatants.
I can't beat this guy. This guy is just.
Pulse charge! Fire!
What? God, he took no damage whatsoever. Oh, man. God damn, this guy is tanked. Dang. Maybe I should try that. Full tag build. Maybe 5 tags and a Jeff. Oh my god, I just... No, okay. DT will play. Oh, hi! Oh my god. Yeah, you are a menace. You are a menace. Dude, your team. Where is it? Where are you? Here you go. Tank build? That's a menace. Absolute menace. I think I'm gonna try that next. Do like let my Jeff live. Let my Jeff live. He's lived. He has lived.
It's the grand finale.
Thank you. Thank you. We are Gino. Brother brother. Oh, we've got this. Jeff Nato. Oh, Jeff Nato. Yeah, I think we got this one.
It's the grand finale.
Oh, I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna be fighting Bruce's Phantom. Brother, I am not winning this. Why is Venom so massive? It's okay, I'm gonna do this. Now I'm gonna lock this. No, man. I'm gonna do this. Minis.
like we're ready to go to battle.
Damage delivered.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, bruh. I am Magnetoed again. I think I lost this one. Oh, half horse, half man.
Well, you can always try again.
Second chance.
Alright, I want to try this tank build. Oh, it's half man. Oh, it's half man. Demolished. Yeah, I got destroyed there. I lost a lot of points actually. I think I lost like, how many points did I lose? Like 40? Oh, it doesn't even show up here.
Time to select your champions. Choose
Alright.
wisely.
And Jeff. This is gonna... Wait, hold up. Oh, oh, I can't. Oh, gosh, I can't. Oh, it's because I confirmed it. That's crazy. Full Vanguard comp is too OP. Yeah, I'm gonna try that now, but I'm gonna keep my little Jeff boy. I think if I can get the module where he gets modeled.
This will assist me in analyzing
In game,
all
Ultron looks
possible
feminine.
outcomes.
Oh wait, actually I don't need that anymore. Dang. This one. I don't need that. Alright, I'm gonna go Vanguard. I'm gonna put like Batman. Yeah, let's do this. Don't use a Groot or Cap. Oh shit, okay, I have Cap at the moment. I'll get rid of him.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Is Cap just poop?
My turn now.
Damage delivered.
Help me. Within that will be ensnared. Let's do this. They don't go for my little boy. My little Jeff boy. Oh. What the fuck this? I completely forgot to change. I forgot to change hero. I was like, I wish I could like see the heroes, like the info, you know? Like how much health they have. And save coins until you have 50 and don't go below 50. 50?
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Oh, okay. I will try my best. I shall try my best.
Damage delivered. All units regenerating.
Oh man.
Spider mode.
Scooter mode. Dang. Alright, I'm gonna remove Cap. Cap did nothing in that round at all. Alright, let me remove him. Okay, 4. I forgot. I forgot about the coins already. I have to go. Goodbye, everyone. See you later, Dad Master. I forgot about the coins already. gosh.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn now!
Boosting repair functions. Damage
God, who
delivered.
is that? Is that a Bucky? Stop beating my homeboy, man. That's rude.
We hunger.
Oh. Oh, hell yeah.
You got them all.
The Squid Game final season's coming this Friday. Already? Wait, wasn't there like a season just like a couple of months ago? Die! Why did my M just walk into your... He threw. He do be throwing. About it, it says final season coming this Friday. Oh. Reportable offense. Peaky Blinders right now, hell yeah. Peaky Blinders is really good. I haven't actually finished it. I think I got to like season maybe 5. Something like that.
My turn now!
All units regenerating. Damage delivered.
You killed my Jeff. Oh. Who is this? Who's doing that damage? Let me see, is it? Oh, it's the widow. Oh, they've got the team up thingy. Ah, I see. Disgusted. Okay. Ba 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 ba. How much longer till we all fall down? People die on it. Whoa. Hell yeah. This is
Looks
Epic
like
the
we're
Musical.
ready to go to battle.
My turn now!
Boosting repair functions.
My Venom got deleted. Everybody's... Oh my god! That's so rude. Excuse me. Excuse me, that is very rude.
Perfect shot.
How much longer till the show goes south?
Shot.
How much longer till we all fall down? And we'll die on it.
Shot.
How much longer till your great day sees? Much longer till you. And people die on it. Whoa. Okay. You're 50. Okay. I had one.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn now!
All targets impact.
Oh, okay. But only getting up one. 600 deaths under my command. final option is for one last chance. Bam, 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 bam.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn now!
Dangerous.
Allied combatants. All targets impacted.
Don't kill my Jeff! Stop touching my Jeff! Stop it!
We are undefeatable!
Born again!
Oh, I'm fucked.
I am Asgard's might!
Okay. I don't think I like the thing. Let's change the thing. Mr. Strength. There is my friend. For us. Along the line. We're all on the line. Be dangerous.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn!
Allied combatants.
No, man, Twinkie. Oh my god. This is not working for me.
Maximum pulse!
Oh, haha, you're Jeff. You're Jeff through the game for you.
Your powers are mine!
On the line. Yeah, I'm gonna build up my. I need to get my blue things. There you go. There.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn now!
Boosting repair functions.
No, my Jeff, man. You're my Jeff. Stop bullying my Jeff.
Plasma?
No. I think maybe I'll get another support. Well, let me just move more like okay. Do that. Do it like this.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn
now! A successful strike! Boosting repair functions. We hunger!
Oh, now the spider is better.
Execute!
my god! There's no way he just ate the damn mines.
Spider mode.
Ate the damn mines. That is scam and a half. Yeah, man, scam. Do this. Waiting. Here we listen to Epic. Listen to Epic.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn.
Damage delivered.
Epic these nuts. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Oh. Penelope. This is fun. No.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn.
Now! Healing allied combatants. All targets infected.
Healing.
Yummy! You got them all!
Tell me how. Oh. Oh. Okay. Thank you, this is good. Oh man. Oh man. Just a boy. Me,
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn.
Now! A successful strike. Boosting repair functions.
Revive, Vino, revive.
Spider mode.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Yay! Health increment. Do this. Oh no.
Rise, my friends.
We are undefeatable.
I unleash the Vishanti's
Oh man.
power. Over.
your eyes. Oh, mine. Every man I slain. I haven't fished today. I gotta fish. I'm just a man.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My
Damage delivered.
Your powers are mine! Maximum pulse!
Hell yeah, healing suppressant.
Maximum! I unleash.
Oh my god! Brother. Oh my god, away.
Maximum pulse!
Oh, that hurt. Monster. I'm just a man. With a big pee-pee. You know he's a man.
Looks
Fucking.
like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn.
Boosting repair from
Ain't no way.
all targets impacted.
No, my dev.
Plasma?
Judge, jury,
Bruh.
executioner.
That's a
Powers are
scam.
mine.
Jeez. Dang, bruh. Full speed ahead. Let me get all of it.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My
Full speed
I
ahead.
unleash the Vishanti's power.
You got them all!
Oh my goodness gracious.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn.
Damage delivered.
Oh man.
Judge, jury, executioner!
We hunger.
Yeah. I don't know about that, Barrett. I'm just me. Food. What's up? Why the hell? Why the hell did I buy this? Open arms. Ba ba ba. Wah, 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 wah. Dun 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 dun. Look at Belf go fishing.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn now.
England allied combatants.
You got them all.
Fash. Fash. Let's feed. Fash. Cozy fish. Cozy fish. Let me remind you, daughters of wisdom, master of war. Hey, that's like me.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn now.
Damage delivered.
We hunger. This is.
Boosting
I
repair
unleash the Vishanti's power.
Fire mode.
This is real.
We hunger.
Yeah, defensive shit.
Rise, my friends! I unleash the Vishanti's power!
We hunger!
Got my Jeff going again. Let's go, Jeff.
Second chance is over.
Spit him out, Jeff.
We hunger!
Play this game. Fina. Ooh. Wait, again. What? Wait. Oh, it's that. I see. I just need one more, man. One more. Oh no, that guy's scary. I'm gonna do this so she doesn't target my jail.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My
What the fuck? She insta-killed.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, I think I lost.
Again!
You support me.
Powers are mine!
You did spit him out.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh shit.
My
Oh, you know me. Oh my god, 2 HP. 2 HP in a dream. Not the sheep! You're gonna eat the sheep! You killed my sheep! My favorite sheep! Oh no. No, not our sheep, please, no. Ah! My favorite sheep. Don't you know the pain you always pain you?
My
Target's impacted.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Annihilation Fury? What is that? Whoa.
Spider mode! You got them all!
Okay. Wine? No hand. A wine so fresh. Never wanna see a human flesh again. Oh man. 2 HP in a dream. 2 HP in a dream.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My
My name is nobody. 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 Jill! No! My teammate!
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
No! Spit him out! Spit my teammates out! Spit him out! Rest! Do a rest! Stop it! Let me do my born again! Oh my god. Dude, ain't no way. I think I lost this. Hey, I got some. Oh my god, I need to play again. I just need to get absolutely wrecked. I got top 3, and it's not totally wrecked. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Okay, I'm almost there. Look. And only the person that's ranked top 500 has played this. I don't know how many games, but they've won 95. I've only won 17. I haven't played this game mode a lot. You should. I was halfway there.
Time to select your champion.
I was halfway there.
Choose wisely.
Oh no, it's my Venom boy.
A Ninu a day is the best way.
Wait. Oh, it doesn't. It's there. 600. Oh my god! Obsidian? Oh my god, that's 20 years! Holy shit! That's actual crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. How you doing?
The data I am gathering here will
Captain!
be invaluable.
Gabriel! What am I going for? So I get some more DPS. He's got a club! He's got a club! Oh no, no, no.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
No!
Healing allied combatants.
I'll break. And when I kill you, then my pain is over. Die! No! Oh. Oh no! Oh my god!
41
months of watching Nunu commit all the crimes.
Thanks for the evidence.
Thanks for the
You're going
evidence.
to jail for a
You're
long
going
time.
to jail for a long
And thanks
time.
for the 41
And thanks for the 41 months of Nunu.
Oh, this is not what I wanted. No. Oh no. No! I committed genocide. Slander.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Is that a stupid panther? Get rid of that thing. Oh my god. I hate panther. Finish him. I'm innocent of all everything. We gotta stop him and die. Yeah. Oi, oi, Vane. Vane. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who hurt you? What? Your robot hard and done. Hurt you? What? 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 What?
Boosting repair functions.
Yeah, when you kill my teammates, you're killing them. Nobody. Nobody. Silent. Then hurry. Then hurry. Oh my god, blobfish. Oh, let's see. Oh.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Aye,
Damage delivered.
Ethica.
We hunger. I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Moment. This is where you fucked up, sir. This is where you fucked up. Odysseus. My name is. My name is. Wait. Why didn't it register him?
Looks like we're ready to go to
It's
battle.
mine. Yeah, well. Yeah, man.
All units regenerating.
This time.
Stand down.
Again.
Again.
And I'll keep mine. Made a friend, guys. I made a friend. Look butt. Look at this butt. Look. You like the butt cheeks? I think he likes the butt cheeks. I don't mind this way. This way. Where? This way. Boy. Looking for a friend. What a waste of effort spent.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All alone. Oh no.
A successful strike.
Meow.
You got them all.
This day. This day. You lost it all. My goodbye. Oh no. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, Athena. Goodbye. Goodbye forever. Bye-bye.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
I'm
Hosting repair functions.
That was rude.
Fire down! This is real!
Oh no. No, you spit him out. You spit my friend out. Oh. Ow. That's mean. Storm. Storm. Oh wait, I pushed it. No, too down. Yeah.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All units regenerating.
Get rid of Panther! Get rid of Stinky Panther! Get rid of Stupid Panther! I don't like Stupid Panther. Storm. Live in the sky. Storm. Storm. In the sky.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Boosting repair functions.
Oh, no, my jam! Stop!
Pulse charge! Fire!
Oh, they're beating me up now. They're beating me up. What? The wind god. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Wind god. Meow. Bam, bam, bam. How much long until this show goes out? How much long until...
All units
No!
regenerating.
Jeff, come back! You give my Jeff! Look at his butt. How much longer till the show goes south? Much longer until we all fall down. You rely on it, or you'll die on it. Much longer to man, much longer to you. You rely on it, and people die on it. Whoa. The journey is almost done. I must win!
Looks like
I must
we're ready
win!
to go to battle.
Healing allied combatants.
You got them all!
Can have you disagreeing each route. Oh my god! Ba 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 ba.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All targets impacted.
Maximum pulse!
All units regenerating.
Dang.
Pulse charge!
You got them all!
I need to get more juice, guys. I need to get more juice. Are you guys hydrating? Roger! Make sure you guys are hydrating. I want energy drink. Oh no, it's Newt. Wait, is Newt doing the one with the widow? No.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
I'm halted. All units regenerating. Damage delivered.
Stand down! Pulse charge! Fire! Maximum mine! This is real
Healing enhance! Blue!
Maximum pulse!
It's the grand
I unleash the Vishanti's power! Maximum pulse! Pulse charge! Fire!
Why won't you let me? Just keep your eyes open. Thank you for the pad, man. They're opening the bag. No. Wait, could I see how much? Current 20%. Nice, nice. Land of the Giant! Think of the hydration.
Successful strike. Tremble before bow.
Pulse charge. Fire.
No, you're stinky. Your panther stinky poop head. I don't like your panther. Oh, they have DPS. Oh, DPS. Poseidon. 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 Son of mine is mine. Yeah, no, no, and it's me. I need to see you drown. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ourselves.
All targets impacted.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Stand down.
Oh!
Pulse charge. Fire. Again. Again. Again.
Again. Again. Again.
Again.
Your powers are mine.
Pulse charge. Fire. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Pulse charge. Fire. Maximum
Oh!
pulse.
This is... Oh man, who's got more people alive? No! Oh! Dang. Let's of course you apologize for my son's pain and all his cries. No harm. No disarm. No pleasure in his pain. Only wanted to escape. And hopefulness is almost invisible. Mercy, die. Fleshness, mercy upon now. Sneezes. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Boosting repair functions.
You got them all!
Monster, I'm your darkest moment, but always draws near. How much is it? Still 20. You gotta live, sir. You gotta live. Remember me. Captain? Sir?
ready to go
Oh
to
no,
battle.
it's a widow.
All targets impacted.
Nah, that's bullshit. Bro, that widow is such a... God damn you. A woman.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
I'm hulking. All units
I am ready to put on a show.
Pulse charge! Again! Again!
Again!
You got them all.
Potato left.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
I'm hulking. A successful strike.
I am ready to put on a show.
Your powers are mine!
Yummy, yummy.
I unleash.
Recharge energy.
Maximum stand down! Pulse charge!
Oh! Nah.
I am ready to put on a show.
Stand down!
Again.
Maximum pulse! Is real pulse charge! Fire!
Oh man. No way. That's rough. Oh, I'm not looking good. It's Hermie! Oh, it's a panther. Oh, I think I lost this one.
All targets impacted.
Oh,
Down! Pulse charge! Fire! Maximum pulse!
Oh, no, no, no!
Maximum pulse!
2 HP! Like in a dream! Ah! No way. All your creation, all you need is imagination. You beating your opponent. Holy moly. Wouldn't you like to see more than work? Ooh, okay. Aw. Well, I adore you and everyone. Oh, this is rolls? That holy shit, that's long. Good luck! I love him, he's really funny.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Boosting repair function.
Pulse charge!
Again!
That's one right here. Boy, that is fun. It is. Oh, maybe I have a chance to get some.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show. $25, dang.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
A successful strike. Stand down!
Oh, yeah, my dad!
Fire!
Again!
We are undefeatable!
I unleash the Vishanti's power! Your powers are mine!
No, not my Jeff!
Down! Pulse charge! Fire!
Again! Again!
Again! Do again!
Grand finale!
Again!
Stand down!
Again!
Pulse charge! Fire!
Again!
Unleash the Vishanti's power!
Again!
You got them all!
Again! Can you hit another flying dude? Oh, nah. Ooh. Okay, let's lock it. With my foot. Oh, I lost this one. This fucking bitch is too strong for me.
Damage delivered.
Pulse charge! Fire!
Again!
Again! Jeff! Spin my demons out!
Pulse
Wait, hold up. Wait. No! No, wait.
Unleash the Vishanti's power.
Again!
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 Your powers
Again! No, do it again!
Fire!
Oh my god, come on. Again!
Pulse charge!
Again! Okay, I think I won this one. That was crazy. Again! Yeah. Nice. Now we're gonna be fighting that Punisher now. That stupid Panther. Oh, I don't know how to fight this guy. Yeah, just do this. Like this.
Okay.
Thank you for the bat.
Ready to go to battle.
All targets pulse charge! Fire!
Stop! I think I'll... Again! Again! Do it again! I lost it, damn boy. Bruh. Yeah. Okay, I have to win. If I get at least second place, I know that I can get at least 70. And then I can get this, guys. I can get this. I get this. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Should I even be bothered? Look at these people. 200. How many games is that?
Time to select your champions. Choose wisely.
Speed ahead. Full speed ahead. God damn. Ooh.
These powers
Am I dare to close my eyes?
learn more.
You waffle? Can't. Monster. Captain. Captain.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All targets impacted.
You got them all!
Oh.
Ba 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 ba. Event from that night. Event of the night. Amazing when beauty with open arms. Me Venom. No Venom! I want your Venom, please. What
open arms. Waiting. Since Alice is a seal, does that mean you skin her and are wearing her as a costume? Perhaps, perhaps.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Waiting.
Allied combatants.
Eating.
I am ready to put on a
Whoa.
show. So perfect.
Oh gosh,
Spider mode.
that is
The
sad.
grand finale.
That is sad.
Shields up. You got them all.
All I hear are screams. It close my eyes. No, wait, no, give me Venom. I guess I'm not going Venom. What are others playing? Oh, that person's got Venom. This person is doing the thing. No. No. Gotta find a profit.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Oh, you're the prophet. What the
Allied
answers?
combatants.
The future running free. There is a world. But that's not a world I know. Song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man. Bruh, please. No! God damn! Oh my life, it's no longer you. Oh no!
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Nobody red.
Boosting repair functions.
Spotted. The song will pass romance. I see a sacrifice of man. Bro, I'm not gonna get Venom. I need Venom. I'm not giving Venom. Who gets to make it home alive? But it's no longer you. No! What do you mean? All that hard work.
Looks like we're ready
Nothing.
to battle.
I'm okay. Damage delivered.
Bro, that's rude. Kinda rude, man. So rude. Much Venom shook twerk? Yes. Yes. Just yes. So endless. My to reunite my strange do I need to change? Oi! They had a twerking Venmo. Okay. Yes! Finally. My boy. It's me. What if I'm the monster? What if I'm in the wrong? What if I'm the problem? All along. Leave the guild. Monster to ourselves. We're flying the monster.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Damage delivered.
You got them all.
Threw that guilt away. That make it stronger. Okay. From the monster. She's mercy upon ourselves. Penelope.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All units regenerating.
I'll become the monster. Oh, I think I kind of want to make it. Monster.
The perfect.
Oh shit. Monster. Why is Ultron blue? I honestly don't know why. They just change it. They always change it. Yes. Yes, me. Okay. Monster.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Healing allied combatants.
No! Oh my god.
We are undefeatable.
This is no good. This is no good.
The best of both worlds. Magneto is his own master.
Maybe I can get Bookie again.
The best of both worlds.
No buggy. Ooh. Hello. Get in the water.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Damage delivered.
Yeesh. Dang, this is not going good. What? No waifu? Okay, I'm just gonna. Bruh. Please.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
I'm all targets impacted.
Maximum pulse! Stand down!
Oh, good.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All targets impacted.
You got them all!
What? No! He's gonna pop their tails and then they're gonna drown. You are a threat no longer. He won't take more suffering from you. The more. Whoa, savagery. Such savagery. Oh no. Mr. Dungeon, what are you playing? Oh, tanks! All tanks! Oh my god.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
I'm all targets impacted. Healing allied combatants.
Oh, fucking hell. Jeez. people's tails. I know, it's not a good thing to do. Especially if they're sirens. So now they're just gonna drown. I can't take this. No, I can't take it. Oh. Hello. Oh no! It's Zilla! She's gonna kill them all! Sorrow and fears. Choke on your blood, on your tears.
Looks
Oh,
like we're
man.
ready to go to battle.
Boosting repair functions.
Oh, man.
Stand down!
Again! Oh, no, again.
Disappear!
Survive!
Maximum pulse!
We are the same, you and I. Yeah. I think strengths are not good. I don't know what other think is good. Anything is good. Maybe go 3 DPS, maybe. We have enough though. Nope.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
I'm halted. Damage delivered.
Say something!
Stand! Pulse charge! Fire!
No, no chaos.
We hunger.
Pulse charge!
Shields
Fire!
up! You got that strong!
Overblade! Pure K! Yum, 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 yum. I'm not letting you get in my way. My brothers. Why? Why? You now. Run out now. Lie on it and you will die on it. Ooh. Fine, we'll just keep it like this. God of the sun is cast to hunt. Right in front, hunger is so heavy.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All targets impact.
Oh man, this is. What is this? Oh, thanks. Oh god.
Stand down!
Oh man.
Pulse charge! Fire! Your powers are mine! Again! Born again!
Bruh. Bruh. Ow. Much longer? Oh, for now. Home. Life like this when people die like this. No! You've doomed us. You've doomed us all. You have doomed us. No!
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead.
Damage delivered.
Stand down!
You got them all!
Oh no. We're too late. Oh man. It's a thunder god. Thunder. Thunder god is coming to kill everyone. Dun, dun. Hiding away, only I can undress her. In the end, lie all the pressure, thunder bring her through the ringer. The one who makes a kingdom fall.
Okay. Looks like
Wield her, use and
All targets impact.
I am ready to put on a show.
No, no.
Charge! Fire!
Oh, yeah.
This is real firepower!
Damn. Gosh, that pure chaos got me. Thunder bringer through the real isn't kill your death with fear. Spare you while your death is near. Wielder here to yield your time, for you have passed your prime. Oh no! Oh no! Choose? No. No. Oh no, I have lost this one. Forever you. A tidal wave. Forever you. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
I'm
All targets infected. All units rejected.
Jeez, no way. Oh man, how much I lose? Oh my god. And yield her. Damn, brother. I'm not getting anywhere close. No. I have to see her. I have to see my wife. You'll be doing this forever at this rate. Yeah. God damn. Okay, if I get first place, I can get a lot of points. You get a lot of points. Also, this time I'm not going to Strange. Strange is a fucker. Let's do this. Sustain damage. Last match it was if I get second place. Now it's if I get first place. It will be if I can just get 2-1 places. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, man.
This game is far beyond human comprehension.
Okay, we'll take these. I wanna be legendary. La la la, legendary.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
my turn.
A successful strike.
You got them all!
I wanna be legendary. This guy's name is Mocking You. Legendary. He is. Boy. What the fuck?
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Is that
My turn.
Hosting repair functions. All targets infected.
kill him? Good, good, good. Fight. Boy. Boy. Fight, little boy, fight.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Beautiful fight.
My turn. All targets impacted. All units regenerating.
Okay, Adam Warlock, what the hell are you talking, my guy? Winning? Belle Fiona Talabian, if I'm winning. Like stack overflow levels of winning, so it might look like she's losing, but she's not.
My turn. Healing allied combatants.
Frankly, it was. Oh boy. Oh my god! You can do it, Adam! 1v10. So Nino is Gandhi, huh? Gandhi's nut. Okay. Bro, Cloak and Dagger just did 2 damage. How? Invisible Woman did 391.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn. All targets impacted.
Pie. Maybe. Oh no! Kill him! Kill him! Kill! How did Amogus go? I was sick. I was feeling so well, so I didn't get a chance to play. But I think they're gonna redo it again. And I think you're gonna be invited. I was also sick. How you feeling? I hope you're feeling better now. Life was a Spanish plan. Oh my god!
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Minu, hello, Staffy.
My
Hello.
turn. A successful strike.
You got them all.
Okay. Better. I want to be after we start playing. Oh, you went to bed. And I got out of bed half an hour ago. Oh shit! Dang. Did you do the nom nom? My poor baby ears. Do you feel awake at least? Can I get more red ones, please? Oh, man. Oh, man. Abby needs a body.
Looks like we're
Kinda,
ready
baby.
to go to battle.
My turn.
Allied combatants. All targets impacted.
Oh shit! Actually, I completely forgot. Orange. No point in getting the red ones. You only have one Julius. Yeah, that's what I realized. That's what I realized. Maybe I might actually go for this. The blue ones. Just so I have a lot of HP.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn.
Now! Damage delivered. Boosting repair functions.
Live! Athena! Oh no! Live! Oh, Jesus. Okay. Bye-bye, boost.
Your powers are mine. Born again.
Wait, is that mine? Oh! They're coming back! Oh, no, they're not coming back. Never mind. Oh, Odysseus. Let's get rid of red ones. Oh, that was double enemy res. The oh wait, do they have a Jeff? Is that did they get it from Jeff? Wait, no. What the fuck did they get it from?
All targets
He's
infected.
what a geek.
All units
Powers are
regenerating.
mine.
Brother. Oh.
Born again.
Oh my god. Oh. Yay. Oh, live. Oh, brother. Oh, Loki. Oh, naughty. Damn. I was rank 1 moments ago, and then Abian showed up, And then I got the knees weak, arms are heavy, mom spaghetti.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn.
Damage delivered.
You got them all!
Okay. I just have that effect on people. Damn, brother. Hehe. Catch fish and fish. Yes.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My
Ring brother. Oh no, my sport's gonna ult, huh?
Spider mode! Shields up!
powers are mine.
Disappear!
Armed and dangerous.
I want Bucky. I want to
Leave
do.
them to Khonshu again.
On the light.
Rise, my friends.
My friends are coming back. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba da ba ba. Oh, please. Oh my goodness gracious.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn.
Damage delivered. Healing allied combatants.
Dang.
Your powers are mine.
It's spider time! Shields up! Co-op time! Spider mode! You got them all!
Oh, we're loving you. Me, Dragonoid. Ace? I'ma ace this? Can I do it? Is it doable? Love's too much for you. Sorry for loving you. top 3 definitely for sure. Yeah!
Ready to go to battle.
My turn now!
All units regenerating.
Judge, jury.
No. No, sir. No, sir. No. No. I see you hiding. I'm coming to get you. And see you. I see you. Where you trying to go? They thought they could hide. No, they can't. There's no hiding from the new. Open this bag. Hermes?
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn now!
All targets infected.
Dangerous.
Your powers are mine!
Air functions.
All on the line.
The moon haunts you!
It's Shields up! Co-op time!
All on the line.
Born again!
Bruh.
Leave them to crush! Your powers are mine!
Brother, please.
Rise, my friends! The moon haunts you!
Okay. Ow, that's rude. On the line. Sir. Hi, Psycho. Hello, Shinseed. Oh, yes, sorry. I had on shrimp and I shall hydrate. You'll never make it home. That danger is my friend. My whole life I've trained for this.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
My turn now!
Healing allied combatants.
Every trick in the book.
You got them all!
Present dirty moon on line. Random item. Oh, is that by the way? Did I? Tell the green ones. So I can buy this. Holding on. Oh shit, that's the only green one I had left. Oh no. Okay, it's locked anyways. I was gonna say you should switch to buying green ones. Ah! Bro,
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Damage delivered.
Live! You must live! Don't die! Live, guys, live!
Co-op time. Leave them to Khonshu.
Okay.
Born again.
Are you fucking with me?
Rise, my friends.
Wait, now my turn.
Your powers are mine. Leave them to Khonshu.
Shields up.
Be gone! Oh. Penelope. I can get rid of like some of the poopy purple ones. Here, ultimate ability. That's fine. It's fine. Find it a bit weird that you can shoot and use abilities in this mode, and it's not full auto battle. Oh, me shooting them, they don't take damage from me shooting them. Apart from like my shift and the heal thing I can do once. Like this thing that I just did right there. I just like shooting them, it looks like I'm doing work.
This is your powers are mine. Power.
Disappear.
No! Live!
My turn. Born again. Leave them to Khonshu. Again.
He's not even in her own ult. Bro, that's actually crazy. Wow, she finally got in her ult. Get in the water! Oh! Get in the water! No! Give me blue. Give me your blue one. Okay. Maybe the single wait, increase all hero mental health. Wait. Oh, is this an additional 120? Okay, now should I work on this green one? Aim training, yeah. That's what it is. Too far, Gil.
We're ready to go to battle.
My turn.
All targets impacted.
Yeah.
I am through. Healing allied combatants.
Disappear. Spider mode. Shields up.
Be gone. Be gone. See, it feels productive.
Co-op time. Leave them to Khonshu.
No. No. I win. Good lick. Hey, Frankenstein.
this yacht's waiting. Oh, hell yeah. Store. Okay. Hey, percent. We 4%? Massive. 600 men, 600. Wait, what does Biggie do? Oh, Biggie is rank 1. What is it? Oh, yes. Oh.
You killed my sheep.
My favorite sheep.
My turn now.
Co-op tire mode. Shields up.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Khonshu! Brah!
Born again.
No! Stop it! Give me born again. Let me do born again.
Your powers are mine.
The moon! Oh, fuck off.
Rise, my friend.
Yeah! Wait! My friends, come back! Oh, no! My friends, come back! Oh, man. That's rough, man. You missing healing number for attention convention. Oh.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Hey, Lampy.
A successful strike.
You got them all.
No. Okay, well, at least I'll be top 3, but you know, I want it to be top 1 because no, I have 9 HP. What do the others have? Wait, the other person has 8 HP. 15 and 32. Dang. With my wife. Got him. I'm asleep right next to my wife. Okay. East dog hound. Okay. If Bucky doesn't get his again, maybe I can win. Maybe I have a chance.
Looks like we're ready.
I have a chance. I can do it. I can do it.
My turn. This is
Fire mode.
firepower.
All units regenerating.
Bro, that did not even add anything to the HP.
I'm ready.
No, not again. Don't let him. No! He's doing it. Don't let him do again and again.
This is real firepower!
No!
Rise, my friends!
My friends, come back. No, that's not. Oh, okay, it's both. You motherfucker. No. Oh my god. I'm hiding. I'm hiding.
Chance is over.
I think I'm dead. Go on, Bruce. Go on. Go on. Wait.
My turn.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Go on, Bruce. Wait.
Well, you can always again.
No way. No way. Bruce. Bruh. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Alright. Okay, this time I'm gonna let you guys pick the heroes. I'm gonna let you guys pick the heroes. Maybe you guys have better luck. Loki? Old Jeff squad. I picked Panther. Okay. You haven't even seen the hero selection yet.
Select your champions. Choose wisely.
Okay. Well, these are the hero selections. There is no Loki. Oh, there's Loki. Yeah, I can pick Loki. Venom, Jeff, okay, Adam. I don't have Jeff yet. Invisible Rocket. Okay. Rocket. Okay. We cannot see because of fish. Oh fuck! Sorry. Let me just quickly hide it. Manimu just ulted 3 times. Wow, that's cool. Fist. Ah, who else? Okay, it picked Mantis. Okay, it's okay. Who are we replacing? We're getting Venom, right? Fuck off. You kidding? I'm not getting Venom. Bruh, what is this comp, by the way? Switch Rocket for Venom, okay. Alright. Should I get Hela? Did I get Hela? Who am I switching Hela for?
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All targets impacted.
You got them all.
Bro. Okay, I'm just gonna go healing lava and allied insertion e poison extra boost effect demon around that target. And that's kind of good, isn't it? Okay. And then switch a Venom for Rocket. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay, we're gonna see if we can get Venom. And then that is the one it's good, okay. That's the one I picked, right? I think I did. Okay, let's see. Come on. Venom! That's all my coins! That's all my coins! That's all my coins! Wow, I love this. I'm gonna win this. Don't worry, this is fine.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
How can I lose this? This is all tanks. How can I lose this?
A successful strike.
Don't Okay. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Alright, okay. Please give me Venom. Oh my god. Venom, Venom, Venom. Who are we swapping Venom for? Rocket, right? Okay. Swapped. Oh, Venom! My boy, Venom! Okay. Alright, who should I focus on next? Who should I swap out? No, maybe this is not that bad. Alright, it's an AI battle kind of mode. Yeah. But I mean, I'm fighting real people. Oh! Bro got mauled. Oh, shiver me timbers. This is not good. Combat! Bro, this guy... Wait, oh, she's back! Fuck off. Swap Iron Fist out? Okay, what am I swapping Iron Fist out for? For Iron Fist back a bit. Okay. Also... Okay. Like this? Who should I... Should I swap any people out? I got smacked by a ant for now. They immediately smacked with 6. What? Oh no! I'm sorry. I hope they pay me well. Mantis for Jeff. Okay. Yes!
Looks like
come on, Jeff. Jeff. Where is he? Oh gosh. Stop it. Dang. Okay, almost. Wait, surprise for Iron Man so you can get an iron fisted man. Okay. Alright. Oh, here we go. Alright. Okay. Let's go gold flank. Yeah. Also, what color should I go for? Do you guys like the blue? Do you guys like the red? Do you guys like the green? Do you like the purple? Which one? Which colors? Green and purple?
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Healing allied combatants.
Yeah! Oh! Yeah! Purple first? Okay. Let's see.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
A successful strike.
Which one should I pick, guys? Which one should I pick? Reroll? I only have one though, right? Oh wait. I never knew I can actually do that. The yellow one, the old yellow. I mean the kind of orange. Get the GIF one. Oh. Elfie is very smart. Let's see if we can get top 1, guys. I need to get top 1 twice. I'm joking.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Damage delivered.
Oh, brother. Survive! Survive, guys, survive! Venom, survive! 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 Oh no, they're not surviving. They're not. Okay. Okay, I think we shot up too high. We looked at the moon and thought it was so close, but so far. Groot is pretty broken in this mode. The thing with Groot is he can wall off your teammates, and when I had him, he always walled off my support. He blocks off my own supports from healing him, and then he dies.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Never could have pulled you.
Wow!
Damage delivered. Healing allied combatants.
Venom. Oh no no no! Please.
Beholds the god of thunder.
No. Okay, you suck.
I am
Dang, we ain't getting going anywhere. We don't even have any of these. Okay. Okay. Would I do another one? Oh my god. One more.
To die for you. My time has flown. I can only wonder.
Looks like
Oh,
we're ready to
Squirrel
go to
Girl's gonna go behind us again. Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it.
all targets impacted.
Ah! Squirrel, go kill my Loki.
This is real firepower!
Wow. I wanna die. The slowest I can go. Ain't no way you didn't give me any purple ones. Sheesh. Okay. Maybe I need to move low-key somewhere else. Man, I don't know. Tweet? No, tweet. Oh no.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
That's not Panther, is it? Oh, that's Moon Knight.
Healing allied combatants. All targets impacted.
Wait, that is Panther. You suck. Shame on you for pulling out Panther. McQueen 95. Look at little Jeff. He's not doing his booty shake. No booty shake. Yeah, be safe. Wait, let me fish. Woo! Average koi. Penelope.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Oh wait, I should
Units regenerating.
put Loki in the middle there. Ooh, this yes. And Iron Man, guys. Jeff one yes. Okay, and which other one? And you want the other Venom one? This one? Not this one. Okay. Let me read. Okay, this one. Which one I got? Oh, bro! It just picked random. What the fuck? Love with me again. The things I cannot change. Will you love me all the same? Waiting. Put Jeff in the corner. And others except Venom around him. Oh, this, like this. Oh! He's all alone now! He's all alone in this world! He's doing his business. I killed him. Can I eat your bedtime? Back to you. Tell me, would you fall in love with me again? You know all I've done. Okay, so I do this. Oh wait, do this. Should I put Iron Man there too? Like this? Next to Loki. Okay. Wait, let me make a little smaller so you guys see.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All units regenerating.
Live! Live! Live!
Bring on the chaos. Pulse charge, fire!
Wait, did my... Are they all dead? Oh my god, they're dying to... Oh my god! Brother. She choked him and yeeted him. In love. Over. Meow. Wait, when do I have blue one? Oh, because of Jeff. Waiting. Ah, this is all tank. Choke and yeet it. Whether is one sign up for this treatment?
All targets impacted. Dealing allied combatants. Boosting repair function.
No! Yummy, yummy. Oh, he's gonna eat it all. Oh no! Come on now, you mean?
On the chaos.
I am Asgard's
Bruh, what happened there? Oh, Loki! Adam!
Rise, my friends.
Yeah, he did it! He did it! Bring my friend back!
Shields up!
Oh my god, finally! Finally! You did something.
Second chance is over.
Oh! And that is epic finish. Oh, epic finish, guys. Oh, epic finish. Is this what he's smart? Oh! Thank you for your look. Oh, shiny. Shiny. What was it, by the way? Each time the enemies heal, there is a chance for you to do the effect of what? Effect again. Oh. Ooh.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Ba 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 ba. Ba-da. Oh no.
A successful strike. Damage boosting repair function.
This is real firepower.
All units regenerated.
Shields up!
Random live.
Chaos.
Yummy, yummy. Hey, I did it, yeah.
Charge.
No, please don't. Was that mine? Wow. Iron Man, you threw. You threw. You threw.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Rise, my friends.
Yummy, 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 yummy.
Shields up!
Heal her.
Second chance is over.
Kill him. Yeah. Damn it, Iron Man. I know, right? Literally throwing. Ba 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 da ba 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 ba.
Okay. Looks like
Go!
we're ready to go to battle.
Kill them all!
Damage delivered.
You got them all!
Okay, okay. Any of these good? Which one am I picking? This is really when you're sick if you don't like soup. Oatmeal. Adam and I... this Adam in Iron Man. Okay, let me go. Okay, there you go. I didn't read it, I just went with it. Oh yeah, all dry things. Crack is good. Yeah, fancying all that blue stuff, huh? Oh my god, look at these guys. Yeesh. We got 28 HP. And we're gonna be fighting Mac Queen. What do they have? Oh, they have all DPS and they have their Panther. We're gonna destroy them. Ooh, applesauce too. Applesauce, nice. Yeah, toast good.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
A successful strike.
Yummy, 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 yummy.
Shields up!
Dangerous! Tremble before rise, my friends!
Supernova what? Supernova these nuts.
Second chance is over.
Okay, son. I agree with ice cream. Ba ba da ba ba. Sore throat, try these nuts. I'm sure it's gonna help.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All targets impacted. All units regenerating. Behold the god of thunder!
No! No! No!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Jeff! Eat him! Jeff! Eat him! Oh no, there's a lot of mines around. Oh, critical, guys, you got a critical counter. Nice, nice Jeff. 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 Also, lukewarm water. Water. Buddha is my old tank. To be honest, we got screwed at the beginning, right? Yeah.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go
Yeah.
to battle.
Healing allied combatants. All targets impacted. The god of thunder!
Bring all that chaos!
Oh, Jeff, you're gonna die, Jeff. You gonna die. You eat the mines. Wait. Oh, damage enhancement. Lovely. Invis, one.
Shields up!
Getting your ult, Invis.
Pulse charge!
Agamotto!
Rise, my friends!
Rise, my friends, rise. Yeah, yummy, 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 yummy. Oh, we got another one.
Second chance is over.
Oh shit, we did it. Nah, we did it. people playing against the... Oh my god, old tanks. Oh, all these people playing old tanks. Oh my god. Give me freedom! Yeah. Hey, what about 6 supports, huh? What about 6 supports?
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
A successful strike. Behold the god of thunder!
Yummy, yummy, yummy. Oh, let's go, Jeff! Oh, Jeff. Don't die, Jeff. Oh, no.
Rise, my friends! Bring on the chaos.
Behold the god of thunder!
Shields up!
Second chance is over.
By the eye of Agamotto!
What eye of Agamotto? What the fuck? That's not fair! That's not fair! A scan. Like this. Okay, well we have like maxed this out. Increasing maximum health by 6%. Please erase enemy maximum health by 2%. Okay, that's fine. If you can keep her alive on it. Oh, I have seen one does go crazy. Wait, has my Loki been living? Oh yeah, he has been. He's been doing quite a lot of damage as well.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
A successful strike.
Oh, go on, Jeff.
Shields up!
Yeah, attack speed. Yeah, okay. Spit him out, Jeff. Spit him out.
Pulse charge. Bring on the chaos.
All right, what are we going for? What are we going for? Any of these good? Okay. Adam. Shall we refresh? Okay, let me refresh. Any of these? Any of these? Loki? Oh. Alright, we're gonna go for purple now. Come on. Okay. Oh wait, I can sell. Oh! Fuck! I accidentally sold the wrong thing. Alright. Oh well, doesn't matter.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Healing allied combatants.
Oh, I didn't have to use that.
Damage delivered.
Pulse charge. Firepower. Bring on the chaos.
Wow. Gosh, acceleration
Rise,
again.
my friends.
We hunger.
Beat him again. Spit him out. Oh my god, Jeff's gonna keep doing this. Beat her up, guys.
Chances over. Bring on the chaos. Pulse charge. Pulse charge. Fire. Fire.
Shields up!
I win that fight. You win that fight. Cooler than me. You've got designer shade just to hide your face, and you wear them around like cooler than me. So hey yo, remember my name? Are you kidding? I think you're cooler than me. Hell yeah, okay. Now I don't mind. Oh, okay. Now you're online. Jarvis, clear this. Alright. What should I work towards now? Not much noise. Sheesh.
Super shields up! The moon haunts you!
You can live, Jeff. You can live.
Shields up!
Rise, my friends!
Tremble before
Cooler than me.
Pulse charge,
Remember my
fire.
name, man.
Second chance is over.
Cooler than me. Red works? Okay. Like you cooler than me. You never say hey oh, remember my name, man. It's probably cause you think you're cooler than me. Switching your walking, you don't even look when you pass by. No. Makes that much noise. Shh, I got you all figured out. Everyone's eyes just to feel seen. Go. Ooh, okay. Epic though. Maybe I should have got this. There's anything that gives you ult cooldown. Oh, okay. Nah, okay. I would already have you right under my arms. I used up all of my tricks. I hope ya like this. Probably won't. You think you're cooler than me? Eyebrow.
Ready to go to battle.
Oh, these are the tank.
damage delivered. Behold the
I think you're cooler than me.
all units return.
Jeff, where are you, Jeff? Yummy. Do the yum.
Shields up!
Oh, hell yeah. Deadly healing. Oh my god. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Bring on the chaos.
Spider mode! Shields up!
Yeah, da. Oh, yeah. No, Lena!
Rise, my friends!
Hell yeah. I think we got this.
Shields up!
Pulse charge, fire! Second chance is over.
Yeah, I think we won these. Wait, was that a drop? Looks like a draw. Wait, which one's this? Oh! I'm top 2, guys! I have a chance! Wait, hold up. They have 15 and I have 13. I think we can do this. We can do this.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All units
Oh, I didn't need to do that.
a successful strike.
Yeah! Thank you!
Shields up!
Yummy. Let's go, Jeff! You,
Shields up!
Pulse charge, fire! chaos.
Guys,
Shields up!
look at my boy, Jeff.
Rise, my friends!
Oh, shit. Guys, I think we got this. We got this in the bag.
Pulse charge, rise, my friends!
Shields up!
Brother. Oh, shit. Oh, guys, we're gonna be number one. You believe, believe. I got any of these. Commitment is over. He went to bonus cell. Get the last one. Okay. Alright, let me refresh this. You can increase auto hiding. Oh, okay. See if I can get. Okay. Never mind.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Boosting repair functions. Behold the god of
Yummy, 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 yummy.
Shields up!
Oh my god.
Pulse charge!
Health is very- how many health?
Bring on the chaos.
Shields
That
up!
purple one.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Rise, my friends!
I am
Shields up!
Bring on the chaos! Rise, my friends! Second chance is over. Second chance is over.
Success! You did great!
I faced, guys. I did it. Wait. Am I gonna get? Am I gonna have enough? Will it be enough? 99. Yeah, I did it, guys. I did it. Barely. I ever in okay. Okay. How much do I need to get to? I can unlock Jeff's Stompies today. Oh, let's go. You want to do some comp? And do some comp? Wait, look. Let me. Oh, since it is in the game, since it's doing comp. Oh, since it is also doing the Ultron. Oh, that is a little fuzzy, so I can't promise comp will go well. Are you gonna throw my games? It's okay. I'll forgive you. Only a little? Oh. Oh no, jeez. Wait. I see you. I see you. Wait, let me call this one and I'm gonna stop bringing them. Where's the stop ringing part? What the hell? Where's this? Stop ringing. Oh, here you go. Yeah, I am about 100 away from getting the 2k points as well. Let's go. I have a do calm. Hello?
Hello.
Oh man, you sound dead.
Yeah, only a little bit.
No need to talk if that helps you.
Which hero do you think you want to be
You'll
today?
just say double me.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I
we'll
shine
see.
in darkness. Now, who am I gonna banish from this
Nova
match?
cannot talk. She's still in D&D.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see what I actually need to do. Oops.
Okay. I think they might be going Spooderman then. Oh no, I don't know actually. You did? Oh shit! Oh my god! Wait, did you? You should take a picture of it. I want to see which one you got.
Oh, that reminds me. I still need to get. I've been needing to get new strings for mine for a while.
Oh.
You'll need a top-notch
Yeah,
key to
you're
win
gonna
this
need
one.
that.
Not if it's an air guitar. Eh.
Why me? I got one. I'm on. Hell yeah! Okay, can Guitar Heroes make me a pro guitarist?
Opening escape passage.
There's a game like Guitar Hero called Rocksmith, which supposedly can.
People happy. Heroes make them safe. Maybe I can do both.
Good look at
30
you.
seconds before you attack.
I'm
Get ready.
Actually.
I saw your most recent invoice for supplies, Logan. I have concerns.
You want me out there
what supplies
fighting
did you
lost
ask for?
mutants. I need the right gear to do the job.
You do not need yet another motorcycle to crash.
I don't need another fancy
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
enhanced senses
Oh,
to
okay,
smell
got it.
something's off here.
Systems restored. That one hurts.
Someone scratch my back.
I don't have to be center stage. I suck.
Needed that boost.
Punisher set up a turret.
I'll patch you up.
I was worried.
Needed a little boost. Thanks.
Hell yeah! Ooh!
Snowball fights. Help get that vehicle to
Hell yeah.
destination. It's okay.
Oh.
Admit it. You need
Oh,
me.
put her down.
Do a girl like a girl.
I was fine, but thank you.
Damn.
Put him down.
I'm hurt.
Okay, that's Squirgle now.
Thanks so much.
Oh, whoops.
Us against the world.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I'll patch you up.
Spider mode. Be your best self. I usually like the underground scene. I am ready to put on a show. I am ready to put on a show. You're halfway. Keep going.
Oh
I don't
shit!
have my stuff for this. Oh. Oh. Thank you, whoever did stop that.
Thanks so much.
Ow.
Oh! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I go punch in the face. 150? Oh shit. That's not cheap.
Snowball and be strong together.
You use your money.
Guitar. Or brand new guitar, that's pretty cheap.
Another unsuspecting
What's BST?
I'm not sure. Ow.
Snowball fight. I don't have to be center stage.
Like.
I am barely harmed. Another
Smells too dangerous. The universe can't afford an encore.
Oh, you're on your own, by the way.
I can be reckless now.
Ready to overthrow a king?
Wolverine.
Let's do this.
I'm hurt. I suck.
Oh shit.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh. You move.
Be your best self. Us against the world. I am ready to put on a show. I appreciate you. Thanks so much. Snowball fight. I am ready to put on a show. I'm hurt.
Slow arrows, please.
Be your best self. You belong to me. You gotta make sure
Oh.
all doesn't squad way to freedom.
Hey. Being put down. Dang, okay.
I was fine.
I like the cold. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
That, oh.
Oh, what the hell?
Be your best self. I don't have to be
Oh my god, please.
I can be reckless now.
Look who's here.
Snowball fight.
Oh hell yeah. What the fuck? Why did he get out of speed so fast?
Scratch my back.
Be your best self. It's okay.
Helping,
I did it.
swear.
You need me.
Yes.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the
No,
momentum.
it's not. We're doing it, guys. We're doing it. It's black. No, I bet it's pretty. One of my favorite parts is him something I forgot from Polyphia.
Be strong together. Spider mode. Tippy Joe spotted bad guys. There they are. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh my god.
I am ready to put on a show. That one hurts.
It's clobbering time!
I don't have to be center stage.
Huh.
How?
All
You're
right.
frozen.
I'll patch you up.
Thank you. Be strong together. That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way. Systems restarting. Defending our prey.
Enjoy the amplifier pose!
So close! This is your big chance! Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Finding our groove. This body is fragile. Down to 30 seconds. Powering up. We have to break through now. Be strong together. You know what to do?
Oh.
Oh, a touch of healing. I like the cold. My friends are here! The final 10 seconds! Us against the world! It's okay. Get that people moving again! Another unsuspected snowball fight. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Reloading!
Be your best self. I suck.
I'm gonna pull it back.
I am ready to put on a show. Here comes trouble. It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
Leave them to crush you!
I'm hurt.
It's closer!
I suck.
Hey, team! Enjoy
Thanks for the
the
shield.
amplifier!
It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
Hell yeah, we're doing it, we're doing it.
Oh, who's this?
Oh wait, grab.
Fire mode.
Oh, that's ours. Hey, nice.
The current score is 3-2-0.
It's a G black.
Time to switch things up, including which
Oh,
side
I
you're
can't remember.
on.
Tim something.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon,
Tim
I
something.
shine in darkness.
Tim
The
Apple?
right heroes could make all the
Sorry?
difference.
Tim Apple?
No, he's from Polyphia. Let's see.
Round 2, go!
There you are.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. All I ever wanted to do was sing, really.
Wait, why they sing GG?
Oh, hi, Miss Frost. I just wanted to tell you that Tippy Toe is a huge fan.
Your rodent is a fan. How unexpected.
She says she likes the way you sparkle. and I can see why.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I gotta admit,
Tim Henson, that's his name. There you go. Finally got it.
Be your best self.
We got company over here.
I was fine, thank you.
I don't have to be center stage. I'm hurt.
Oh, a touch of healing.
Thanks so much. How? You're frozen.
No, they still have all 6.
My friends are here! Come here and let me help.
All.
Oh no.
I like the cold.
just what the doctor ordered.
Us against the world! Do I throw like a girl?
Oh.
Bully, bully, bully,
Oh
bully.
no.
Oh, healing.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm gonna die.
Oh fuck.
Penny! It should have been me.
Oh, almost had me. He almost had me.
I feel like myself again.
I'm back in the fight. Stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Guys, look respectfully, okay? Look respectfully.
Better stop that vehicle.
Here's how you.
I am ready to put on a show. That one hurts.
From the brink, baby. Hey, Teeny, enjoy the amplifier.
Ooh, a touch of I suck.
Any hit's gonna hurt.
Whoever they are, they don't like me. I was worried.
Someone scratch my back.
Spider mode. Big acorn.
Catch you up.
Chaos!
Unluckies.
Narrative that didn't really.
I am ready to put on a show. You belong to me.
They don't have thing
We're
anymore.
finding our groove. Us against the world.
I got smashed, man. I now look respectfully. Naughty guys, I knew what you guys were doing. I knew it. I cannot fault you.
I suck. Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. That one hurts. There's still a chance to stop.
Oh, Squirtle.
What? How did I not get any? Oh, because.
That's okay, I got somebody.
Yeah, I think you got the person that I yoinked.
Yeah. Thanks.
Be your best self.
Leave them to
I am ready to put on a show. I suck.
Hey, Teeny, enjoy the amplifier. Thanks. Now, that fucking hurt.
Spider mode.
Oh.
Ow, ow, ow.
Us against the world.
No.
No.
Oh, nice.
I am ready to put
Okay,
on a
here you go.
show.
I'm ulting.
Over here, I can heal you. Over here, I can heal you. Penny, that one hurts. It's okay.
Oh, I missed him.
You need me.
I was fine. Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
Grow up.
Wait, how did he not die there?
He's low. He was low.
All systems go. Do I throw like a girl?
I have fallen under their sway. You cannot hurt me.
Up. Oh, ow.
Hey, Teeny, enjoy the amplifier.
Another hit for Luna Snow.
I suppose that helped.
Be strong together.
Ah, look who's here.
I'm counting on you.
Yeesh.
I am ready
Oh,
to
Brent.
put on a show. You're
Aw, you
frozen.
will.
Oh, man.
That was rude.
We're finding our groove.
Alright.
Us against the world.
I don't have time for this.
I was worried. Fire mode. I like the cold.
Leave them to consume.
Powering up. Be your best. 30 seconds.
Magneto!
Oh! Please stop hitting me.
I'm making a
The
comeback.
devs knew exactly what they were doing. Yeah. I mean,
The final 10 seconds.
oh, why you do that? Oh, man.
Are they gonna portal?
I am ready to put on a
No.
show. Final score. 3.
Let's
2,
go.
1.
We win.
Let's go.
It's good.
Sniffle, sniffle.
Hell yeah. Damn, hope I never get you. Your.
Ouch.
Who's SW?
Scarlet Witch.
Oh.
Oh, I just need to. Oh, okay.
Oh, I mean, to be honest.
Bye. Yeah, Scarlet Witch is doing work.
Go sleep, Lampy. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Oh, what's your game? It became Gooner. Watch by accident. Marvel Rivals plan to become Gooner Rivals. Bro, are you right?
Eat nuts and kick butts. Now,
Well, I did maybe
who
one
am I
back,
gonna banish from this match?
Lying shit. Okay, but who's your favorite Overwatch character? Dang. What, bro, why are you banning Strange? We have a Strange. Yeah, Spider-Man's also a good choice.
Show me Strange.
Feeling
that happens so often.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I think Kiriko.
Kiriko is awesome.
Yay.
I did just try Freya though, and she is a strong contender for my new favorite.
Yeah. I think with Freya, I just like get confused like when you do the take aim thing.
Oh. Wait.
The right click for Freya. Yeah, her right click.
This is Tippy Toe, and she has the
Yeah, I think it's like
of just a
I thought it would be
regular
like a hit scan, but it's not a hit scan. It's a projectile.
Yeah, it's a projectile, yeah.
Yeah, which like.
You have a problem with
Yeah.
I think if there was a hit scan, it would be overpowered.
Only the years of unnecessary pain
Yeah,
and strife.
but like you know, you're taking aim, right? So you become vulnerable as well. Well, who is it? Like Anna, for example. Her left click is projectile. I mean, it's projectile, but if you scope in, it becomes.
Hit scan,
Yeah, it becomes hit scan when you scope in.
Some call me arrogant.
I appreciate you. Anyone willing to help? Monitors on the move again. Got you covered.
I got this.
My life force is exposed.
You boys and your toys.
Like in your toys. Oh shit.
Us against the world. Oh, now that's a snap.
Jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez.
I can
Come here, you.
Some onion hello, happy to chip in.
Oh shit.
Somebody up there?
Yeah, Loki is just here.
Oh, you teleported somebody
Yeah.
somewhere.
Come on, Loki, where are you going? Where are you, Loki? Where did you go, sir?
Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Meanwhile, on the back line.
Time to go nuts.
Yeah.
Or a dagger.
Wait. Who the hell is that?
No worries. I've got your back.
Witch is going ham.
Halfway there. Keep going. Howdy.
Bro, there's somebody behind. I can't move. I think it might be invisible. Wait, do they have invis? They don't.
Nope.
Maybe it's just.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
It's Dracula. Just.
Oh, now that's snap. I was hurt.
Oh, god damn you. God damn.
One down.
Yeah.
Back into vehicle reach.
Yay.
Keep up the momentum. Perfect. Hex. Squirrel. Squirrels. Oh, I'm energized.
What?
You can return
What is?
the favor anytime.
Oh, somebody disconnected.
Something's going. Oh no! Our invis disconnected.
Oh, it cancels out. Oh no.
Or a dagger.
Yeah, but I think they'll come back, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Our foes have found us.
Jury! Executioner!
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Of course you needed help.
Oh, now that's a snap. You belong to me. Oh, I'm energized.
Ow! 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 Getting bullied.
Oh fuck! Oh gosh!
Time to go nuts.
I don't know which one is a fake. Okay, that one is.
Oh, really? That would be totally amazing. Yeah, squirrel power. I appreciate you. Here come the bad guys.
I don't know how I survived. I don't know who kept me alive there. But somebody did God's work.
Snap. Get that vehicle moving again.
Me and my 16 HP. Coming down now. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh, I just realized we have one sprite.
Render me assistance.
I am
If you pull this off, Ratatosker, you're my new best friend. Sorry, Tippy.
Oh my god, my nuts.
Ooh, a touch of cooling. Where do you think you're going? Whoa, stampede! Get 'em, squirrels!
Armed and dangerous.
Get 'em, squirrels! Ooh, I'm energized. Hey, check out this big acorn. You can return the favor anytime. To the castle and end this. Hey, check out this big acorn.
I am Shanti's power.
Joel. Double kill.
Of course you need help. Your powers are mine.
That was a choice.
Dumbass.
Hey, yay, team!
Oh wait, I didn't even see this guy here.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh no.
Time to go nuts.
Oh, that was a choice too. Bro. Oh.
Oh, but she did.
Just embrace the light.
I hope they're coming back.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yeah, like their internet go down completely or something.
Get that vehicle moving again. Ooh, a touch of healing.
Sure.
We have to get to the castle. Time to go nuts.
Enemy in front of us.
Down to 30 seconds.
This is real firepower!
Oh, we're up against it. Gotta fight harder. Time to go nuts. Co-op time. Hey, check out this big acorn. Us against the world. The final 10 seconds.
Clobbering time!
Wait, he had shield up.
World stand free!
Armed and
Oh, man.
again!
That's what I need.
Oh, I'm like 2 inches off the point. No.
Unlucky.
2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference. Eat nuts and kick butt.
Dang. Oh, Penny's banned. Dang. This is rough.
Round 2. Go up my tail. Yeah, it's super warm and is very handy in combat.
No.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. You guys are the coolest. I always thought so. Now let's kick some butt, shall we? You're pretty cool yourself. Being able to understand animals. I wish I could do that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, all you have to do is listen. They really hate Doom.
Does anybody like Doom? He's such an ego.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. And so it begins. Honestly, I'd be surprised if good old Doomy isn't behind a super tiny
bro.
whiny mess like this.
Oh.
And she's too far away from my res.
Hey, check out this big acorn. Don't mind me. We both beyond.
Oh my god. I'm oh fucking hell.
Coming through.
Oh man.
Bounding back into
Can't believe it.
Oh.
Let Moon Knight
We
protect
need to
you.
stop that vehicle in its tracks. I'm energized. World stand free! I appreciate you. Get him, squirrel!
This is real firepower!
Get him, squirrel!
Oh man.
Better stop that vehicle!
Oh. I can't believe they didn't come back.
Yep.
I'm not done with this
Was
fight.
it just rage quit a game that we were dominating?
This is a nice spot.
You can return the favor anytime.
Armed and dangerous!
There's no way.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Get him, squirrel! Double KO!
Okay, nice. If we win with 5 people though, that'll be kind of cool.
I would feel bad for the other team.
Yeah.
Time to go nuts.
They're playing rivals, we're playing Overwatch.
Tell me about it, man. Oh, somebody's.
Us against the world. I appreciate you.
Got him. Oh shit! Okay.
I'll give you destroyed and all. Hey, check out this big acorn. Just embrace the light. Get him, squirrels!
Oh my god, I don't know how you guys are keeping me alive, but somehow. Oh.
Nope, never mind.
Dang.
These arms are dangerous, but fragile.
Right, tippy toe?
Let's fall back.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Ooh, a touch of healing. Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, you won.
Time to go nuts.
This is real firepower! Better get a look behind you.
It's clobbering time!
Oh, so, what? How does that go through the shield?
Time to go nuts.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
That last big one for Susie. Double KO.
Nice. 1 minute down.
Nice place
somebody
out,
might be up
folks. Oh, now that's a snack. He stopped them in there.
I almost fell off. That would be so awkward, wouldn't it? Is somebody there?
Yeah, things over here.
Us against the world!
Oh, you guys got him.
Support squad got this.
Enjoy the amplifier! Only one rocket gets them armed and dangerous!
Oh no. Shit, I'm reloading.
Time to go nuts.
Triple support. Oh, oh.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Give them another inch.
Oh man.
Here I come again.
Man.
Final score. 2, 3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Yeah. Oh, I was farming. Yeah. Yeah, let me try and find what the name was again. This OG Boo. Let me find them here. Let's see. Reported. Game sabotage. What's negative behavior?
Yeah, there isn't really a report category for leaving.
Throwing. Other. Game is sabotage. Left game. Okay, go again.
I need to defeat 10 more enemies.
That's easy.
I hope so.
Yeah, they left like after a minute, so the game wouldn't get cancelled.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I want to be
nuts and
I understand you. I cannot play her. When am I gonna get Lord Squirgle?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Two of them main Bucky, one of them main Stella.
Oh, should we get Bucky then?
All right. Man's not banned.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm feeling they might go Hanzo.
Round one. If you knew squirrels the way I know squirrels, I think you'd really like them.
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Is that Punisher buff?
Guys
Team
are
up
the coolest.
worth it?
I always thought so. Now let's kick some butt, shall we? You're pretty
It's
cool
worth it for the
yourself.
Punisher. I don't know if it's
Being
worth
able
it
to
for
understand
the
animals.
Black Widow.
I wish I could do that. Yeah, all you have to do is listen. They really hate Doom.
Does anybody like Doom?
No.
He's such an ego
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Venom being a little skippy boy.
You won't run away.
Oh,
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Your god is suffering. Get him there.
Oh, now that's a snack.
Stop that vehicle. Or those things, Namor.
Lava instead. Really, Storm?
You're going. Stop them.
Loyal squids. In all I have are ravens.
Oh, now that's a snack. Ooh, a touch of healing.
The
was it, Jet NATO?
Yes. Oh wait.
What the?
On top of us, there's a Nemo. I don't know where he's gone now.
Time to go nuts.
Bring on the chaos.
Oh god, wait, did we lose our...
Time to go nuts. Against the world. There's still a chance to stop them. Schoolgirl versus Squid Kids. Let's do this.
Okay. Okay, and Namor's bullshit just got me.
They've got Namor Squids and Jeff NATO.
Yeah.
I'm not done with this fight yet.
I'm not sure. So Punish is struggling.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Okay.
Sorry about Get him, squirrel!
Gee! Oh my god.
I was fine. Thank you. 3 for me.
Better stop that vehicle! Wow,
Okay.
we're in a row! Action! Oh, now that's now they made it halfway! Stop them!
Stretch my back.
The knuckles fight against the
Here
world!
it comes.
I can't get this Namor guy.
Here I come again!
I'm just gonna go Wanda.
Magneto
stop that
raised me
vehicle!
to never stop fighting for what I believe is right.
There's still a chance to stop them!
My
You're not going anywhere. My magic is growing.
Yo, Asno, step up with DPS, bro.
I'll patch you up.
Goodbye.
They hit a checkpoint! Now might be a good time to stop them. A nice deep freeze.
You're not going anywhere.
There's gonna be a fight.
I've disappeared. You're not going anywhere. So young.
I'm
Better stop that vehicle!
jeez.
Emma Frost needs
Oh, what the fuck?
It's now or never! Stop them!
You cannot withstand my might.
To the Dark Force dimension.
Feel!
My fate isn't sealed yet.
Oh, Storm, what are you doing?
Maybe I should just go Hansel, actually.
Namor's AR
Under my spell.
Oh, shit.
Another inch! Or else.
Us against the world. Hey, Dee, enjoy the
You're
amplifier.
not going anywhere.
Someone scratch my back.
Goodbye.
My
Oh gosh.
Current score is 0-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I don't even look at the profile.
You'll need
Gotta
a
step
top-notch
away for a
team to
minute.
win
No
this
worries,
one.
Belle.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world. But it does help.
Wind, cloud, and storm.
Okay.
Hear my command.
All right, I guess I'm thinking now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Once an Avenger, always an Avenger.
Think I was chosen to do some good in the world.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is this
Alright
person?
guys, if you guys stay in the game, we can win this.
Okay. We both know what we signed up for, Wanda.
And if Asno switches off DPS.
Finally put an end to this madness.
Honestly, I'm sort of glad we haven't. I'm way too good at this to retire so soon.
The battle starts in 5.
Wait,
I'll take it.
3.
I could ammo with you.
1.
You know what my real superpowers are? Patience and common sense. Spider Zero, we're gonna get you to the Weaver. Nowhere to hide. Bad guys won't like this. I'm gonna miss that wizard.
Oh fuck.
You are a mighty ally. Back to the depths, vile creature.
Back one's hit hard.
They were called in backup.
Thank you. Oh. Rebozo. We're going off the map.
Got some unfinished business.
Okay, I will ammo with you.
Money can't buy happiness, but I
can't
can
guarantee you
afford
anything.
Everything else.
Yeah, it's alright. I don't think this is...
Get that vehicle moving again.
I don't think anything's gonna come with this one anyway.
Wasn't strong enough.
We have a little time.
Oh, yeah, so low.
Us against the world.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Mochi Monster.
I am ready to put on a show.
How you doing?
I will have my revenge for that.
Oh my god, you're the jet from the enemy team? Ain't no way, brother. Hey. Yeah. We're not really hopeful here.
Why have you stopped, Zero? Keep pushing forward.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Okay.
Chilled with Ozinga. Anyone?
You wanna get choked? Jeff, you wanna get choked? Okay. You can't actually eat me, Jeff. Okay.
Eat me, though.
Okay, I can get beaten up, never mind. I don't know, man.
And now there's Hellfire.
Triple support?
Down to 30 seconds.
People are always afraid of Ty, but they
Sure.
just don't know him.
Okay.
There's no time left.
Alright. Okay, it's only us two.
Alright, Strange, right before my ult pops, you gotta ult.
Hurricane incoming!
I unleash the best.
Bro!
Ah!
He ulted when there was nobody by us.
Did he just get stronger?
Okay, go.
Welcome to the family, Mochi Monsters.
Oh my god, thank you for the follow, Mochi Monster. That's so ever so kind of you.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Who's up there?
Get in here, y'all. Probably
Somebody up there? Nobody's here.
My time to shine against the world. Just embrace the light.
Lights out.
Rip Bozo.
My time to shine.
A timely boost.
Get that vehicle moving again. Ew, what are these things?
Lights out. Suffering.
Oh, fuck off. I don't like those squids anymore. He's just farming. He's just... I'm kind of not doing anything about it.
We better test this out.
Okay. Goodbye.
Live that one.
Oh, okay. You try and pull back?
Only 60 seconds left. Us against the world.
Okay.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Lights out. Good. I've seen scarier.
My time to shine.
We will get you to the Reaper.
Need to get rid of the squids.
Your devotion to Namor sealed your fate.
Enemy tagged. Follow them.
He's gonna be
There's
up
a
there.
lot we could destroy around here. Keep going.
Honestly, Namor's a threat.
Tandy needs help.
A boom of life. Us against the world.
Where's he going?
Let's pop back up under their noses.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
Final 10 seconds.
I will keep the thunder raging in your honor, Aurora. These beasts of yours disgust me.
My time to shine. You'll have to keep fighting until
Oh, shit.
cursed.
I'ma die here, man. I'ma die here.
My time to shine.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
1, 2, 3.
What Amogus did you guys end up playing? I think they played the normal 2D one.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
But I wasn't there. I wasn't feeling so good. God damn, that I think we just let that. That was super tough, lol. You played awesome. Bro, are you rubbing it in? Are you rubbing it in? Honestly, wait. Can I not see? Wait, can I normally not see? Oh, wait, okay. Let me go here. I want to see the Namor. Yeah, oh yes, we did play Repo. We did play Repo. Let me see. Oh man, I didn't even get a chance to look at it.
Alright, 2 kills. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, 2 limbs?
Yep.
Okay,
Just need 2 more limbs.
go DPS then. First, before going back to bed. Oh, was it your bedtime? Damn, this stream is longer than the Austin CS mayor. What? It's only been 5 hours.
Should I play Winter Soldier? Don't care.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna banish from this match.
He's dog. He's dog?
Oh, sorry. When I don't.
What does dog mean?
What? You saying dog shit?
Yeah. So Mochi Monster, thank you for the positivity. Alright,
Oh.
yeah, well, they're not gonna be playing flying things. Maybe. Okay. Yesterday's stream, was like 7.5, I think, maybe.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm Luna Snow. Like, we are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
I mean, you could say 8 hours if you like. That is still a long ass time.
You can say whatever
I like how you use my lingo. A long ass time. I'm gonna do it just a one more game type shit. Oh, I mean, okay, I did that yesterday. I did do that yesterday.
Darkness. It helps me see the darkness. And
Wait, let me get that armor.
Get ready.
Who are you? I do the right thing unless the wrong
Pick
thing is
up armor?
fun.
This isn't the date night you've been planning for us.
What the fuck? It bounced and it just...
Think about it.
There you go. Alright. Okay, armor ready.
Literally anything.
Get your goodies! Get your goodies! Get your goodies!
Get your vitamins.
Get your vitamins!
3,
I'm trying to
2,
Before we had powers, we had each other.
We've been discovered.
That bond.
Alright, what do they have?
Avengers Tower should be simple enough.
That's Wanda?
Feeling fantastic. Lights out.
Devil.
Please, we're hurt.
Oh, how am I not die there?
My time to shine.
My strength was
Feeling fantastic.
Lights out. Living fever.
My
There
time
we
to
go.
shine.
Yes. We can go aggressive. Oh wait, who's behind this?
There's a Cappy can. Come here, you.
Taste my power.
Yay, nice.
Shine. Thank you.
Hello, princess.
keep going.
Don't make me regret it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Get in here, y'all.
Rude.
My time to shine.
Just
Oh
ran
my
this-
god.
you don't talk like that.
Dangerous. Lights out. Again.
We are undefeated.
No.
Oh bro, I don't think I... Oh my god, you're still alive.
I'm still alive somehow.
Okay.
Lights out.
Not anymore.
Suffer in the darkness.
My time to shine.
Take it.
Oh, fuck off. Are you kidding?
Get that vehicle moving again.
I should have I should have gone back in to the point and to the point. Okay, yeah.
Back to the
Time to
what?
shine.
Back into the L point thingy.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is not what I heard.
Oh, unlucky.
I'll do my best to carry on. Reed.
Disappear.
Ah, you little.
Hold still. I'm trying to help. That's much
Oh, behind us.
Oh,
Us against the
Oh, dang it. Okay.
Get in here, y'all.
Get that vehicle moving again.
my time to shine.
The darkness. Help.
All right, Ty. Now we really have to attack.
Dang. I like how she's missing all the combos.
My time to shine.
I suppose that helps.
Hell yeah.
I got you covered.
Hey, cool.
Hell yeah. Nice.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Lights out. Taste my pain.
My time to shine.
You needed some help.
You owe me one.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Tell me. I'm gonna be payload princess.
You can count on us,
There's
Herbie.
the captain
Yeah.
is still back here
Yeah,
somewhere.
see him there.
Track this enemy.
You got the health pack, but he might go high ground.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Is that full? No, they don't have a strange. What was that?
Lights out.
Behold that child!
Suffering the dark.
Armed and assemble!
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
My time to shine. Better show some help.
For mutant kind!
Here come the bad guys. Sneaking from behind.
Us against the world.
Oh, shiver me timbers.
My time to shine.
Bucky behind us.
Lights out.
Anti-slope. Oh, what the fuck?
This should help.
Help, friend.
Ow, ow, oh.
Oh, it's Bucky that did this.
Oh,
See
it's really
me. I'm gonna go to bed and sleep when I get up early. No worries, that master. You go do the easy sleepies. And I should see you tomorrow.
Get that vehicle moving again!
My time to shine. Light Force is in preparation.
Lights out.
Armed and again!
I'll get you next time.
Disappear!
Lights out.
Better watch your back. My
Magic
time
still
to
behind us
shine.
somewhere.
Much
Hell
better.
yeah.
Only 60 seconds left.
Lights out.
We are undefeatable! Shields up! My time to shine.
Suffering the dark. Us against.
Oh, a scam.
My strength is back. A little help, please.
Okay. Naughty.
Oh, it was just me.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
My time to shine.
Stand down!
Feeling fantastic.
Again!
Enemy located.
Darkness.
That's a dead.
Again!
Get in here, y'all.
Enemy located.
Again!
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Taste my blood.
Again! Armed and dangerous!
Too bright for you.
Again!
Lights out. Taste my blood.
My time to shine. Feeling fantastic.
Lights out. I got what you need.
Behold that child!
Can't waste a money. Okay, you're wasting my knowledge, woman. You're wasting my knowledge.
Anyone willing to
Lights
help?
out.
Shall we?
My time to shine.
Suffering the darkness. Drowning the abyss.
Enemy
Team
located.
player.
Okay, nice. Oh, sorry, Abilon. We were just dealing with
Only
heads
60
behind
seconds
us.
left.
Yeah. There were poop heads in front of us as well. I had to keep them company.
Yeah.
Signed a contract and everything.
We are
Okay, he says that as he ults.
Yeah. Okay.
Lights out. The darkness. Out.
enemy located. My time to shine. Needed that more than you know. Down to 30 seconds. Get ready.
Lights out.
I am strengthened for battle.
You know you're always safe with me, Herbie.
Okay.
You got a shield, Tandy.
The final 10 seconds. So close. This is your big chance.
Us against the world.
Okay.
Disappear. You'll have to keep fighting. Shields up. A little help, please.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Double KO. My time to shine.
Lights out.
You got them all.
Oh, hell
Nice,
yeah.
nice.
Good job.
Good job.
The wieners.
We wieners! Wieners! We wieners!
0.
We are the ones who
Time
win.
to switch things
We
up,
win.
including which side
We
you're on.
wieners!
We win.
The right
We
heroes
do.
could make all the difference. We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
Ugh.
Aura?
Aura.
What do you mean?
You guys and girls have so much aura.
Round 2.
Light doesn't dispel darkness. It
Oh,
helps me see the darkness and face it.
he said aura. That means it's like, what's it? Gen X?
30 seconds.
Z?
Stay strong.
What's the difference? He's a big fan of Majora's Mask.
You to scrap this very second Ultron.
Do they even know what that is?
That's the question.
I understand what old people go through now.
The battle starts.
Now I'm the old people.
I am a new person.
My time to shine.
I am strengthened for battle. Once I saved lives with a scalpel. Now I do with this.
Oh, fucking hell. I got stuck.
Look out behind us.
Much better.
Oh my god, I don't know how I escaped that.
Lights out. Take my pain. Do your work.
Leave me on! No!
I did it.
Oh, jeez.
I'm a dead it. I'm a dead it. I'm a dead it. I'm a dead it.
Okay. Okay.
Lights out.
Oh no.
Maybe we need to change the Ultron.
They made it
We
halfway.
have
Stop them! Better stop that vehicle.
Armed and dangerous.
I don't think.
Uh-oh.
I think it's Hella that we need.
I rule all.
Again!
I want your soul.
Ooh.
Still a chance to stop them. A little help, please.
I am barely harmed.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Resistance is futile.
Ultron reigns supreme.
Oh.
This is real firepower!
Find that soul.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
Find that soul.
Shields up.
No escape from hell.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Wait, why can't I ult in here?
I am ready to put on a show.
I was unfortunate.
Ah! Please! Please!
Resistance is futile.
Okay, this guy is actually short. Dude! Please! Stop it! Please stop!
Better stop that vehicle. They've made it halfway.
I
Stop them.
always return. Relax, darling. Ella's here.
Did he go Thor because I was playing Hella?
Nope. I went Thor because I thought we would need more damage. But it's not working.
I am barely harmed.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Alright! Hell unleashed! Armed and dangerous! This is
In his final moments, did Magnet
Yeesh. I went stupid away.
Now might be the time to stop them.
Oh, maybe
I
that was
am
not the
returned to
goal.
claim what is mine.
Yum yum bacon, yum yum bacon. Oh.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, good. Got Ultron back. This time without the third
Rebirth
sword.
is not how we do things in hell. You are
Now or never. Stop them.
I accept.
For mutant kind!
Why?
Oh shit.
I was fine. Thank you.
Oh man.
I feel like myself again.
I may return from my own realm.
I expected more from what you call yourself.
Enemy located.
I want your
Okay.
soul.
He thinks.
Ultron reigns supreme.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Dang, okay, Ultron.
Find that soul. Healing. Why would I need healing?
What am I? Invisible?
By the eye of Amogus.
By the eye of Agamotto.
This is
Why can't I?
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay, fall back, fall back, fall back. Don't die.
I couldn't do anything about that.
I'm dang.
Oh.
Oh, I need the health. I need the health.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh, I love a shield.
Oh boy, I jumped too high.
Am I alone?
Go to the point, go to the point, the point, the point, the point, the point.
Shields up.
Oh, nice.
That last acorn's a doozy.
How did we hold that?
Invisible woman.
What is it?
Wait,
what is this
behind us.
ult, Magneto?
Oh gosh, is that portal behind us?
Oh, the portal?
Portal behind?
Armed and dangerous! Ultron reigns supreme! By the eye of Agamotto!
Double kill. Only 60 seconds left.
Strikes again.
Is she in there? Oh, you guys got her.
She died.
That's 3.
Honestly, raccoons shouldn't carry guns. Oh, in my opinion.
Stop them in their tracks.
Alright. No more portal for them.
Those beings appear to be hostile.
I have Venom now.
Nom nom bacon. Yeah, Venom's probably gonna try and get the restrict with me.
Anyone willing to help? Oh, now that's
Which is fine, because it's just
30 seconds.
this is fun for me.
Stand strong. We have this.
Oh, now that's
Oh, I'm done.
Oh no, go back, sir.
So long, turret.
Working on it.
Oh shit.
The final 10 seconds.
This is your firepower!
Okay, I touched it.
Until we have a winner.
I touched it.
Judge, jury,
I am ready to put on a show.
We'll both have the same
The current score is
amount of time.
2, 3, Time to switch things
It would have been
up.
cool to play
Including which
Iron Man,
side
but
you're
you know,
on.
they're playing Hela, Punisher.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Eat
So, I
nuts
think I'll
and
just stick
kick
with-
butt.
I'll just stick with Squirrel Girl.
On attack.
I feel like Nina wants to watch the new anime coming out soon. Neon of the Living Cat. Oh shit, at least that turned people into cats. Oh dang. I actually watched an anime, like a whole anime like season, because there's only one season, and it's called Nina the Starry Bride. And they just keep saying my name.
Squirrel Girl.
The guys, the guy characters who are cute, they've been saying my name very weird, strangely.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only 60 seconds left.
I have faith in you, Herbie.
Now I see them.
Don't make me regret it. I swear, this outfit gets ruined.
You can return the favor anytime. Time
Nice.
to go nuts. Oh, a touch of healing. Anyone willing to help? Hey, check out this big unicorn.
Oh, bully her, bully her, bully her.
Ooh, I'm energized.
Oh, they're bullying me.
Wait.
Down to 30 seconds. We're out of time. Time to go nuts.
Oh, the turret's up again.
Dang, how the fuck did he get his turret? Okay, he's out of turret.
Final 10 seconds. Oh, now that's a snack. I appreciate
Oh, she's one. Oh, I died. I died on point.
Judge, jury,
Oh no.
executioner.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, nice. Oh. Yeah, I got this. Y'all got this.
Yet.
We do got
I
this.
got it. Y'all got this. Wait, there's Psylocke behind.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Hey, check out this big acorn. You'll drift to a Fender Tower. I appreciate you. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, that's not great.
Nope, that's no good at all. Okay. Oh, I ulted on point though. Don't forget point. Oh shit, nice.
Keep up the momentum.
There you are.
Yeah. Wait, who's
Someone's
there?
The rocket, I think. The rocket over there somewhere.
Okay, we got the
Ultron's in
rocket.
hot pursuit.
Okay.
Oh, I love a shield.
Oh, Psylocke up there.
Heal, please, heal.
Oh, they've got Iron Man now.
Ain't no way they got an Iron Man.
I got you covered.
Oh, nice.
You can return the favor anytime.
This is real firepower!
Time to go nuts.
Maximum
Oh, I need help. Are they just gonna let us get this point? Alright.
Yeah, they're gonna take us. Let us
Nice
take
of
it.
them.
That's for sure.
Oh man, got him.
Nice. There's another turret.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, never mind.
You're safe with us, Herbie.
Another unsuspecting
That'll help, please. I am
Oh man.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
There's just a sidewalk around here somewhere.
Yeah. She's gonna like, I don't know, she's gonna come out of here. Oh shit, okay.
Nade.
That's
Probably it. One second.
Ooh, he tried to open a portal.
Oh, I'm dead. I'll try and portal, but I think it might be over.
Okay.
Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, we pushed it pretty far.
Is 5, 2,
Yeah.
3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference. Eat nuts and kick butts.
I continue with go. I wonder if they're gonna go something to counter me.
Maybe
I mean, not counter.
Lola?
They'll probably go Groot.
Sorry? What did you say?
Well, I have a genetic anomaly, but I'm not a mutant. And please don't ask me what the difference is,
For
because I
the
don't know.
change for Luna.
Yeah, they might go Iron Man again.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I'll just have to change then.
The actual Magneto. Wow.
Our Ultron's got this.
No, but you should know magnetism doesn't work on super cool
Yeah.
materials.
No
Guess
pressure.
what I can do.
The battle
Is he
starts
typing?
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only 60 seconds left. Time to go nuts. See them? What is this? Where do you think you're going? Oh, I love a shield.
I have a turret on the point.
A nice deep
No. Okay, I think I got him off.
30 seconds.
Ooh, shish. Bad. Okay, behind it, there's a person.
I change.
My phone's
I'm
got my
not
ult.
done with this fight yet. The final 10 seconds. Better stop that vehicle.
You got Emma?
Oh.
We got Strange, they have no tanks. I'm on the point! Why is it still moving?
I honestly don't know.
What the hell was that? That sound like you're doing what sound like you're doing.
Oh, fuck you, Psylocke. Ugh, I found a fake. I got a fake stinky poopy head.
Even when you can't see me, I'll still make you
Bounding
believe.
back into action.
This area.
Better stop that vehicle. They've made it halfway. Stop them. Get 'em, squirrels.
Wait.
I'm energized.
Oh. Wait. Oh, fucking hell.
Alright.
I'm energized.
Need people to deal with the turret on the point.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be the
I say, as Iron Man focuses the tanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rocket. You Rocket.
Time to go nuts.
Oh, this one is over here.
Humans and their weapons of war. You're welcome.
Oh, I'm energized. Tony's, ooh, a touch of healing. Shields up. You belong to me. Disappear.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Wow! I'm getting kicked. Wait, where's the point that they have to push? Oh, I'm like. Okay.
Don't give them another inch.
Oh man, we gotta
Rocket,
touch. We gotta
did
keep
you
touching.
just...
By the
GG, guys. Thank you, guys.
It's fine, GG.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
That'll have to be last game for me.
No worries. The games.
Ugh. Ugh. But it's okay.
We almost had them. If it
I got
wasn't.
the Jeff Stumpies.
Oh, you did? Hell
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Does that mean I got my? Oh no, I didn't. Not yet. Let me kick you. Wait, let me just kick myself out. There you go.
All right.
Thanks
Have
for
good
the
one.
games. See you later.
Good
Hope you feel
games.
better. Have you heard of Amazon Prime? Got him! I got him! Guys, I got him! I got it.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I want to be Squirrel Girl. Can I be Squirrel Girl?
Eat nuts and kick butts.
Hey, guys. They have somebody called Wet Willy.
I'm gonna banish from this match.
They have somebody called Wet Willy.
Why do we ban Wolverine? What the fuck?
Do you play Wolverine?
I do.
I should have said something earlier.
Yeah.
No one bans Wolverine. That's why I didn't do it. I thought only one person was gonna do it. If they play Groot and we get cooked, all right.
Dang. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I go
The
Squirrel
right
Girl.
heroes could make all the difference.
Tail.
Boku no Natani. What? Yuri singing you said not to do. Honestly, I don't know.
Round one.
When other people first saw my powers, they were like, wait, a squirrel? And now they're like, ooh, a squirrel.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
It's like-
Stay strong.
You know the stereotypical like
Hey, Groot,
woman.
don't get mad if some of my pals ride on your branches, okay?
Like, you're supposed
you
to
didn't
know
have
what I'm
squirrels?
thinking about. You're supposed to know what is in my head.
切れないこの後を見つけて浮かんだ世界にただ僕は好きでおって見えたなってどうなど迷ってしまうAh, a panther behind.
Yeah.
Nice, stupid panthers, man.
Better stop that vehicle.
I stand by it. No skill zero. All he does is disband.
Time to go nuts.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Yeah, I need to spread it out a little more so I get some hits here.
Tippy Toe spotted bad guys. There they
I'm getting healed, but it's
against
not
the
the
world.
damage I'm getting.
Oh, now that's a snack. I appreciate you.
Oh, fuck off. Oh my god, Jeff. Please, let me go. Big boy Henry, that's his name. Stinky poophead.
Better stop that vehicle.
Yeah, can you support? For support. Also.
By the eye of Amogus.
Bro, do you see my... Okay. Like, how does he get me from up there? Like... My body is not even there!
Oh my.
Hey. Paradise.
Shields up.
Oh man.
Time to go nuts.
I appreciate you.
Bro, nope. I touched last.
They hit a checkpoint.
Oh man, this is rough. I don't even know what to do here.
The White Queen's reign begins.
Better stop that vehicle.
You feel like a Namor?
Time to go nuts.
It's now or never.
Us against the world.
Time to go nuts.
Oh, hiya.
Tremble before fast!
Oh my god. God. Oh my god.
I saw somebody said Namor, but nobody's went Namor. So.
I will go Hulk if someone goes Namor.
Just like the pressure of the ocean, I shall crush our foes.
I don't even play this character, but no one wants to switch.
Us against the world.
Hulking beast! By the eye of Agamotto! Wash our foes away!
Okay, man.
The current score is 0-2.
I hate Panther players. I hate Panther players, man.
Including which side you're on.
Yo, Isamu, do you play anyone else but Emma?
Be left to drown in my wake.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
That's why I said. That's why I said I can go Hulk and someone went Namor. No one went Namor until the very fucking end.
Oh.
I can go Namor.
Do you want to go Namor?
Round 2, go!
I
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Life energy.
People
People often mistake empathy for weakness.
Over here.
It will take more than light to solve our problems.
You're underestimating my light. That's okay. Happens all the time.
Watch close for
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
I only getting the Hulk. Alright.
Get ready. Here comes the bad guys. My anger is healthy.
Us into this time.
It pleases me to be helpful. Help get that vehicle to its destination. Let me help. I've always been a heavy hitter.
You look tired.
Behind Strange Sleep. Not anymore.
Anyone willing to help? Oh, I need assistance. My anger is healthy. I am healed. Help is here.
Are you kidding me?
You needed some help, didn't you? Here's the vehicle we must protect. Sure use it and the Master Weaver must be protected. Ooh, a touch of healing.
Nice, push
You
up, push up,
made
push up,
me
push up.
angry. Help this vehicle to its
Okay.
destination.
Black Panther is still behind us.
Alright.
You cannot withstand
When BP's on his way, I wish we had a second temple. If BP's on his way, I can, what's it called? Shield you guys. I'm gonna play more passive tank.
Let me help. Take a nap. Help, friends.
Okay, got him.
Nice, BP dead.
Us against the world.
Shields up. We
Oh,
are
okay.
undefeatable.
Done that.
They're sneaking. I am healed. Let me help. My anger is healthy. For sure.
Oh man.
Tippy toe. Punisher's in his turret. Feeling fantastic.
Here they are.
Help is here. This is natural anger.
Oh fuck. Oh shit.
Ooh, a touch of healing. Chin up. You made me angry. Entanglement. I am wounded. Who will help?
Us against the world.
I am healed.
Ease down.
Judge, jury, executioner!
The Weaver Weaver needs spiders.
Let's go behind them.
Push up.
Only 60 seconds left. We are undefeatable.
Punish her dead.
This is natural anger. You needed some help, didn't you? You're on our team. Over here. I can heal you. Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh my goodness me.
So cool. Not me. Never would have guessed it.
I am healed. Help is here.
Bad guys, watch out.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Magneto!
My dearest Susan, if only you had chosen me.
Here they are. The fools.
Over here. I am healed.
Sweet moves, right?
This is natural
I've
anger.
always been a heavy hitter.
Let me help.
Invisible?
My turn now!
Get that vehicle moving again.
I'm going in.
Co-op time. My friends are here. This is natural anger. Halfway. Keep going.
Us against the world!
Didn't you? Let me help. You look tired. We are undefeatable.
This should protect me. We just get stronger.
I am wounded. Who will help? It pleases me to be helpful. You look tired. Chin up. My life energy flows stronger.
Bad guys, watch out.
You don't have to fight alone.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Don't let it go to your head. Let me help.
Welcome to the...
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh shit.
Really could have used a mine. Enemy located.
That is much better.
You don't have to fight alone. Help is here.
Namor, do you still want the whole team up? Or should I switch?
My life energy flows stronger. Much better.
Alright, sure.
I don't mind.
I need assistance.
I just died.
30 seconds.
Co-op time!
Fear Magneto!
Chin up. My friends are here.
He's got a touch.
Us against the world!
Shields up. You look tired. We are undefeatable. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
No, take that.
We will soon reach the Weaver. That's not polite. Chin up. There. Don't turn back now.
Push up, push up, push up. Thank you.
Portal.
Oh, I need assistance.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Feel better. Fight better.
I'll be ship-shape in no
Oh shit.
Over here. I can heal you.
Let me see if I can portal to point.
Shit. That's whatever. GG.
Final score. 1,
try.
2, 3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
But got my rent money and on my way home. Hell yeah! And then take a picture of my guitar for you. Yeah. Do it. Man. Okay. Let me do some Overwatch instead. Surely it's not gonna be that bad, right? Am I gonna get tilted for free pick? Hold up a minute. Hold up. Wait, when did I sign up for that? Oh, there's an update. Oh wait, no, I can play. Oh, that started at Daza. Oh, Daza like them feet. Yeah, feet boy. Actually, I need to go wee. BRB. I'm back. Oh my god, yeah. Overdrive. Oh, now I can finally do it. I can finally do this. Ends in 1 day? Bro. Oh my god. How? Nah. What? How am I supposed to? How? How do I? How do I? No way. I can't get that. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh man.
Welcome to summer.
Don't worry, I'll be right behind you. Here to help.
Oh man. Wait, oh. Okay, really? Where you go? Oh, I need. Yeehaw. Okay.
Right by you.
Oh. Hell yeah. Oh. I can do it! Yeah. Okay, where's the...
You caught it?
Oh. It's easy.
Mercy on call.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
I'm Dinah Zeiter.
Okay. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me right now? There you go.
Checking in.
Is it over on that side? Wait, where the hell is it? Oh, it's right there. Wait, I don't even have to go there.
Angel at your shoulder.
Okay. What the hell? Okay. Oh! What the fuck? Wait, what? Oh, I didn't do it. Nah. What the fuck? There we go. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Well... Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work.
Checking in.
I think I need to go. Full charge! No! Wait. Well. Ah!
Select your hero.
Disappointed crank. Crank. Oh.
Select heroes to ban.
Dang, it actually got Moira. Look at all these people! Oh my god, this is not fair. Oh man, how am I supposed to get it in one day? Let's go with the thing. Ah. No. 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 It's a terrible tornado. Shush, shush, shush.
I'll find my own path.
Shush. Oh yeah, let me see. I want that one, and then I want that one. Left and then right.
No. 5, 4, 3, 2,
What's up?
1. Unlocks in 30 seconds.
No. Hey, we'll show them a trick or two.
No.
They have handle.
Let's go.
And a jump right.
My gift to you. Kokoyo.
Oh.
Carried on the wind.
Oh, okay.
Strength from nature.
We're on the move.
Okay. Watch me miss everything shot.
Our robot's in the lead.
Okay, I couldn't get it.
They're pushing the barricade.
Stop their approach.
You're all good. I'm here. The Kitsune is ready to be unleashed. Let the Kitsune guide you. Kanezaka Jinja protects you.
Hey.
I'm on fire. Face the sunrise.
Sorry. Should be healing.
Let me balance you out.
Wait, did we go twice? Oh, we did.
Your team is close.
The lead is close. Push forward.
Positioning healing fire. Push started. Let's go. Kaiki.
Consume you.
Forward spawn active.
Come to me for heals. Under my protection.
I'm on fire.
Yeesh.
I'm on fire. Draw strength from nature. Bob, do something.
Oh, man.
We need to get the robot back. Like selling, huh? Over here.
Power burns within me.
I'm on fire.
Forward spawn lost.
Over carried on the wind. Shake some time off.
Major pack.
Taking the robot. Dive. Show them what you've got.
Oh, fuck.
The breeze brings relief. Let the Kitsune. Working satellite sector.
Oh, man. Nah, she got shot in the face. Galleons? I listen to all
I
sorts.
don't give up that easily. Hey.
Let's get to work.
Let me balance you out.
Show them what's what. Let's get the kid.
Healing fire one out. Feels good, huh?
Approaching final destination.
Over here.
Ah! Wait, hold up a minute! What the fuck does he get 2 tires? Oh no.
Okay.
Are you like in your bed? Oh.
Like a gentle rain. Feels like selling, huh? I'm on fire.
Oh shit.
Let me balance you out.
Time to let off some steam.
Got the robot.
Wait, we didn't get the message. Oh, we did get the message. Nice. When did? Ah, just now. Just now.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
My healing pylon is here.
The battle ignites me.
The robot is in my possession.
Forward spawn activated.
Welcome back to Earth.
Approaching the final destination.
Setting out the welcome mat.
I think we got it. Yay. Yay, we won.
Blocking!
Play of the game.
Damn. No, what sort of... Wait, what sort of pervert you think I am? Offering to do something, then later asking for fee pics. Please, I have some decency. Yeah. Fair enough. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to grind this tomorrow because I feel tired, guys. I feel tired. I feel tired. Okay. Oh man. I got the EP sleepies, man. I got the EP sleepies. What the hell is Hansel Zesty? Yeah, that's the Valentine's skin and the emote thingy. 6 hours. 6 hours in the half. Yeah. What did they do to my boy? I know. Wasn't there like a ship between what's his name? Hanzo and Cassidy? Dang, it's pouring. It's pouring heavily to outside. Let's raid. Let's raid Fuzzy. He is. Wait, hold up a minute. I don't think he has slept. Wait. I missed a 200 loot books opening. Yeah, you know when they did Overwatch 2, they like automatically opened all the loot boxes. That was so horrible. Alright, we're gonna be raiding Fuzzy. He is playing Mobrat and he's playing Panther. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. I think he's winning though. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be probably playing Raft. I'll be playing Raft with Billy. Hopefully we're gonna finish the game. Yeah. I feel the EP sleepy. If you're not EP sleepy, listen to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's a good audiobook to listen to fall asleep to. But it might keep you up. Anyways, good night, guys. Take care of yourself. Make sure you hydrate, or make sure you brush your teeth too. And yeah, don't forget to Ninu. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I mean, in a couple hours.